How dare you? How dare you? Sun Pancha was furious, and the true chi in his entire body surged. At the same time, he suddenly spread his arms and actually used his arms to block Wuxia's blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly sounded. Wuxia's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately restrained the true chi on his blade. At the same time, he twisted his wrist and changed his moves. As he flew back, he retracted his steel saber. This is the Vajra fist of the Taichung sect. At this moment, the sleeves of Sun Pancha's arms had already been torn apart in the confrontation just now, revealing his bronze-colored muscular arms and the dense steel rings on them. The Taichung sect's martial arts were ferocious, and their weapons were mainly steel rings, clubs, the full set. There was almost no need for weapons like swords. Sun Pancha cultivated the 12 paths of Vajra fist. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. It emphasized on training the body to the point where it was extremely strong and invulnerable. At this moment, there were 9 steel rings on both of his arms. He was already very close to gaining mastery on using the 12 completed steel rings. Moreover, these steel rings were specially made, and each of them weighed more than 100 katis. Haha. At least you have some knowledge. Sun Pancha threw his head back and laughed. He strode forward and instantly closed the distance between him and Wuxia. At the same time, he waved his arms and smashed them towards Wuxia's head. Die. Buzz. His arms caused the void to let out an ear-piercing hiss, as if the air had been torn apart, raising an incomparably huge wind. It swept up countless gravel and surged towards Wuxia. He was like a descending Vajra that possessed the power of a godfiend and wanted to crush everything in front of him. All right. Since you want to compete in strength, I'll accompany you. When Wuxia saw him attack, he threw away the steel saber in his hand and raised his arms. His fingers clenched into fists as he grabbed towards Sun Pancha's 2 arms. Courting death. Sun Pancha sneered, his eyes flickering with killing intent. His 2 arms alone weighed more than 1,000 katis. With the enhancement of his true chi, it was enough to smash iron into powder. Even a chi transformation realm grandmaster would either die or be crippled if they dared to face such power with their bare hand. Bang! Wuxia's hands collided with Sun Pancha's arms. A terrifying force erupted with layers of airwaves, causing the trees 30 to 40 feet away to be forcefully broken. The stone slabs and tiles under their feet exploded into dust in an instant. Cracks appeared on the ground below, and the center collapsed 3 to 4 inches. Just this confrontation alone had caused a mess 30 to 40 feet around them. This made the scalps of many commoners who had come to watch tingle. They could not help but think that if they stood a little closer, they would probably be torn to pieces. It was too terrifying. Is that all you've got? Wuxia suddenly sneered. How is this possible? Sun Pancha's eyes widened as he looked at Wuxia in disbelief. He could clearly feel that his attack just now was like hitting a quagmire. It did not cause any substantial damage at all. Moreover, his arms were actually held tightly by the other party's palms, and he was unable to move. What's the difference between you who put on so many steel rings and a street performer? Wuxia sneered. The 5 fingers on his hands actually lit up with a faint golden light, and then he suddenly grabbed hard. Clang, clang, clang. With a series of sounds of metal shattering, the steel rings on Sun Pancha's arms were all crushed. Ah! At this moment, Sun Pancha let out a heart-wrenching scream. His arms that were grabbed by Wuxia suddenly snapped backward. The bones inside were crushed. 70% of his martial cultivation was concentrated on his arms. This blow almost crippled his martial cultivation. Great strength Vajra hand. You're a direct disciple of Lotus Flower Monastery? Wang Jinsheng had arrived beside Wuxia at some point. At the same time, he gently poked the folding fan in his hand forward. Bang! Wuxia was blown back more than 100 feet on the spot and slammed into a brick wall. Boom! The wall collapsed from the impact. Pieces of bricks fell down and buried Wuxia. Wang Jinsheng glanced over and put away his folding fan. He grabbed Sun Pancha's severed arm and looked at it. He clicked his tongue and said, "What a heavy-handed move. His bones are all shattered and the meridians are all jumbled together. His martial arts are crippled. Is this how Lotus Flower Monastery teaches their disciples? Qi Transformation Realm. Grandmaster. Wuxia stood up from the pile of bricks and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Wang Jinsheng gloomily. What a young Qi transformation expert. Who are you? Wang Jinsheng looked like a youth. He didn't even look 20 years old, but he was already a Qi transformation grandmaster. This was definitely not a level of strength an ordinary faction could have. Are you qualified to ask about my identity? Wang Jinsheng glanced at him indifferently, but he did not continue attacking. Instead, he said with interest, are you still going to kill Sun Pancha? Ha ha. Wuxia laughed instead of becoming angry. He looked at Wang Jinsheng and laughed. He will definitely die. You don't know what kind of existence you're going against. Oh. Wang Jinsheng raised his eyebrows slightly and sized up Wuxia carefully. He smiled curiously and said, are you talking about that county governor? It's Lord Governor for you. Wuxia sneered. He wanted to say more, but the pain in his shoulder made it difficult for him to continue. Ha ha ha, that is if he's really some big shot. I'll let you live for 3 days first. Wang Jinsheng sensed the change in Wuxia. He waved the fan in his hand and said with a faint smile, your heart meridian has been injured. In less than 3 days, you will vomit blood and die. With that, he swaggered away with Sun Pancha. No one dared to stop him. Peng Lanji and Ouyang hurriedly suppressed the shock in their hearts and left the Li family with Wang Jinsheng. The commoners who came to watch also dispersed. Chen Tong came to Wuxia's side. Seeing his pale face and cold sweat, he quickly helped him up and asked, are you all right? I'm fine. Wuxia shook his head with a guilty expression. But I've let Lord Governor down and let them leave. I've embarrassed the governor. As he spoke, his body trembled. He could barely stand. Although he was still speaking harshly to Wang Jinsheng just now, his heart was already filled with guilt. He felt that he no longer had the face to see Kui Heng again. I'll take you back first, Chen Tong said in a low voice. Thank you, Captain, Wuxia said with a smile. In Sun Pancha's residence. His hands had undergone preliminary treatment, but the anger in his heart was still burning. Brother Sun, what do you plan to do? Wang Jinsheng used his true qi to clear Sun Pancha's blood and asked. I'm going to kill Kui Heng. Sun Pancha gritted his teeth, his face filled with hatred. He suddenly stood up and roared outside, gather all the outer sect disciples in Lu County and surround the county governor's mansion. At the side, Monk Jingtsong of the Dharma Monastery suddenly stood up and said seriously, our Dharma Monastery also has 300 outer sect disciples in Lu County City. We can lend them to Benefactor Sun for the time being. As soon as he came out, the others looked at each other and stood up. They all expressed that they could temporarily lend their outer sect disciples in Lu County to Sun Pancha. Good. In that case, there will be thousands of elite soldiers. Sun Pancha's face was filled with killing intent as he roared, today, that fellow Kui Heng will definitely die. Then, he looked at Wang Jinsheng and bowed extremely solemnly. I still need little brother Wang to help me hold the line. No problem. Wang Jinsheng smiled and nodded, agreeing very readily. However, no one knew what he was thinking. That night, Lu County was brightly lit with flames. Thousands of so-called outer sect disciples armed with sabers, swords, or iron rods marched through the streets. They were wearing armor and holding torches. They surrounded the county governor's office at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, in the inner hall of the government office, Kui Heng was still drinking tea. Xu Feng'an stood behind him without a change in expression. Monk Wuxia wore a guilty look on his face and remained silent. Liu Litao closed his eyes to rest, as if he didn't care about this at all. Only Captain Chen walked over anxiously and looked around. In the end, he could not help but ask Kui Heng, Governor, what should we do now? From the looks of the troops outside, there are probably thousands of them. This is a rebellion. It's just a few thousand. Kui Heng chuckled. Captain Chen, please calm down. Just a few thousand elite soldiers. Chen Tong wanted to cry. Wuxia, I'll give you another chance to catch the snakes. Kui Heng looked at Wuxia and smiled. Do you want it? My lord. My lord. Wuxia, who had been silent, immediately knelt on one knee and cupped his fists above his head. I'm willing to die for you. Raiding the merchants was just a ruse to lure the snake out of its hole and let the person behind them jump out on their own. It was to let the commoners know who was supporting those profiteers. The so-called catching of snakes was naturally to capture Sun Pancha, Wang Jinsheng, and the others. Hence, Wuxia agreed without thinking. He was extremely grateful to Kui Heng. If not for Kui Heng, he would not have been able to leave Lotus Flower Monastery at all, nor would he have been able to take revenge for his father's death. After being defeated by Wang Jinsheng today, he could only watch helplessly as Sun Pancha left. He did not even manage to complete the mission of purging the house. This made him feel extremely guilty and he almost did not dare to face Kui Heng. Now that Kui Heng suddenly said that he wanted to give him another chance, it immediately revived his originally dead heart. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. My lord, Chen Tong hesitated. He had seen Wuxia lose with his own eyes. Wang Jinsheng was a Qi transformation grandmaster, and Wuxia was no match for him at all. How could he go out and catch snakes? However, looking at Wuxia's expression, he didn't know if he should persuade him. I heard from you that Wang Jinsheng is a Qi transformation grandmaster? Kui Heng asked. Yes. Wuxia nodded and said, I'm afraid he's not an ordinary Qi transformation grandmaster. His martial arts are extremely profound and can injure one's heart through space. If not for you saving me, I would have died. Then how about I raise your cultivation to the profound gate realm? Kui Heng smiled. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Wuxia was speechless and looked at Kui Heng in disbelief. Xu Feng'an, who had been expressionless, suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with shock. Liu Litao, who was resting with his eyes closed, lost his balance and almost fell off his chair. He trembled as he said, What? Chen Tong almost thought that he was hallucinating from being too anxious. He subconsciously asked, Sir, what did you just say? Why? Do you think that advancing to the profound gate realm is too low? Kui Heng glanced at the few of them and thought for a moment before saying, It seems to be a little low. Then should I advance him to the Xiantian realm? However, the increase in strength in one go is too great, and it also involves internal and external interaction. It might be more painful. The few of them were completely speechless and were extremely shocked. He wanted to directly raise a Qi condensation realm cultivation to the profound gate realm or even the inner world realm. Was this the power of an immortal? But why did it feel like he was talking about something extremely ordinary? It felt like he was asking what to eat tonight. This was too ridiculous. This. Lord, the profound gate realm is fine. Wuxia was a little incoherent. He had never even heard of such a thing. It was already completely beyond his understanding. It was too unbelievable. It's better to reach the Xiantian realm. Kui Heng shook his head gently and said in a low voice, The profound gate and the Xiantian realm are only on the same level. You can just achieve it in one step. You can do the construction of the inner world yourself later. With that, he raised his right hand and flicked his finger, sending a trace of dharmic powers into Wuxia's body. Wuxia immediately felt the true qi in his body expand rapidly, instantly strengthening by more than 10 times and spreading to every corner of his body. Qi transformation realm. Immediately after, a vast stream of true qi flowed upwards into his mind. Boom! Wuxia felt his entire body tremble, as if a barrier in his mind had been broken through. Instantly, he felt as if he had arrived in an incomparably vast world. Profound gate realm. After sensing this vast world, he suddenly came into contact with a vast sea of essence energy. The essence energy of heaven and earth surged, roiling with natural power. Before he could carefully sense the profundity of the essence energy sea, he felt a large amount of heaven-earth essence energy gather and pour into his body. Then, these worlds quickly fused with his true qi, allowing his true qi to possess a strange ability to mobilize the power of nature. At the same time, he was completely reborn. Xiantian realm, done. After a wave of intense pain that spread throughout his body, Wuxia woke up and immediately felt the majestic and grand power in his body. I became a Xiantian Grandmaster just like that. Wuxia muttered to himself, almost thinking that he was dreaming. However, the powerful force in his body and the power of heaven and earth that he could clearly sense could not be faked. He was really in the Xiantian realm. With his aptitude, he might have a chance to step into the Xiantian realm in his 70s or 80s. And now he has already achieved it. In just a short moment, he had already reached the Xiantian realm. It was as simple as eating and drinking. At this moment, pure shock was no longer enough to describe Wuxia's feelings. This was the feeling of his understanding being completely overturned. Although he had seen Kui Heng summon the wind and rain, and even ignite the fire of dharmic powers, the feeling now was completely different. The former was purely destruction, and it was a very direct form of power. The latter was a bizarre method that was unimaginable and completely incomprehensible. Thank you, Immortal Venerable. Wuxia knelt on the ground and kowtowed. He could not help but address Kui Heng as Immortal Venerable. Immortal Venerable's divine power. Immortal Venerable's divine power. Liu Litao and Xu Feng'an also bowed respectfully, their hearts filled with shock. Especially Xu Feng'an. As a top expert who had started from the initial stage of body refinement and walked through the inner qi cultivation, qi sensing, and other realms step by step, spending nearly 100 years to cultivate in the 12 realms of the martial Dao realms until he reached the 11th level, the inner world realm, his heart was extremely complicated at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he had made a qi condensation realm cultivator become a Xiantian Grandmaster. This was equivalent to saving a martial artist more than 40 years of hard work. It was even to the extent that he had completed an achievement that he could not have achieved in his entire life. In the blink of an eye, he had made a qi condensation realm cultivator become a Xiantian Grandmaster. This was equivalent to saving a martial artist more than 40 years of hard work. It was even to the extent that he had completed an achievement that he could not have achieved in his entire life. Chen Tong stood at the side in a daze. He was also at the qi condensation realm, and he knew very well how difficult it was to cross this threshold. He often felt that he would already be lucky to be able to step into the qi transformation realm in his life, and he had never thought of reaching a higher level. Now, Wuxia's breakthrough had completely overturned his understanding of martial cultivation. Could martial cultivation levels break through like this? How strong was this governor? He could actually create a Xiantian Grandmaster with a flick of his finger. At the same time, he couldn't help but think to himself, if I'm also sincerely loyal to the governor and do my best, will I also have a chance to step into the Xiantian realm? The Xiantian realm didn't just grant strength. It could even extend one's lifespan. A Xiantian Grandmaster could have a lifespan of at least 260 years cycles. As long as one did not have any hidden injuries, it would not be a problem for him to live for 130 to 140 years. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. If this was in some remote wilderness, a Xiantian Grandmaster would be considered a living immortal. It was just a casual gesture. There's no need to be so surprised. Kui Heng waved his hand, indicating for everyone not to be too surprised. From the qi condensation realm to the Xiantian realm, it seemed like he had advanced 3 major realms, but in his eyes, it was only an increase from the 4th to the 5th level of qi refinement. For a cultivator who had reached the grand completion stage of the golden core realm and had already begun to nurture a nascent soul, doing such a thing was too easy. It was simply effortless. I can't repay your kindness, Immortal Venerable. I'm willing to kill all your enemies for you. Wuxia continued to kowtow and said in a low voice, this servant will go out right now and kill them all. Immortal Venerable, I'm willing to go too. Xu Feng'an suddenly stood up. Thousands of elite soldiers are not easy to deal with. Even if we fight in the streets of the city, it's difficult for a Xiantian realm expert to deal with them. I can help Wuxia. No need. Kui Heng shook his head gently and smiled. Wuxia alone is enough. I'm willing to die for Immortal Venerable. Wuxia was completely immersed in his unreasonable worship of Kui Heng. When Kui Heng said that he could do it, he felt that he could definitely do it. But thousands of elite soldiers, Xu Feng'an hesitated. He knew very well that there was a limit to a person's strength. Even if he had already formed an inner world, It was impossible for him to face thousands of armored and armed elite soldiers. However, Kui Heng had just used an immortal-like method. Perhaps he really had a method that could make Wuxia fight against an army. He did not continue to persuade him, but he was still very curious. How could he make a Xiantian expert so unbelievably powerful? There's no need to die. Kui Heng raised a finger on his right hand again and chuckled. I once asked Zen Master Di Kong to copy the martial techniques of Lotus Flower Monastery for me, and I obtained some inspiration from it. Among the 81 ultimate techniques of the Lotus Flower Monastery, there's a technique called the Heavenly Dragon Mighty Bodhisattva Fist. It's said that one can master the Heavenly Dragon body through it. It's invulnerable and can allow one to display the might of a great bodhisattva. After reaching greater mastery, one will be like a Buddha descending to the world and be able to sweep through an army. Immortal Venerable, there's indeed such a unique skill, Wuxia said with some embarrassment. However, the description of the martial technique is too exaggerated. This is only a Xiantian martial technique. It's far from reaching the point where 1,000 soldiers can be swept away and gods can descend. It can be achieved now. Kui Heng smiled. At the same time, a ball of red flames suddenly appeared on his fingertips. Wuxia's heart skipped a beat when he saw the flames and he almost prostrated on the ground. This reminded him of the ball of flames that seemed to have the power to destroy the world. However, the flames quickly changed and transformed into a 3-foot-long 5-clawed fire dragon. It left Kui Heng's fingertips and danced in the air for a moment before charging towards Wuxia. Wuxia knelt on the ground and did not move, allowing himself to be enveloped by the fire dragon. However, he did not feel any flames burning his body. He only felt a slight burning pain on his back and nothing else. That fire dragon has already formed a tattoo on your back. Kui Heng stood up and looked outside. He nodded and said, from now on, if you use that fist technique, you will really have the might of a heavenly dragon. The fire dragon just now was also an experiment for the usage of his dharmic powers. Recently, he had begun to try to transform the divine power of the golden core into simple runes to see if he could engrave them on himself and become stronger. Now, Kui Heng had simplified this attempt and used his dharmic powers to weave a special pattern on Wuxia's body to strengthen his bodily functions. If it was supplemented with the corresponding cultivation path, the power would be even stronger. If nothing unexpected happened, Wuxia would be able to unleash the strength of the 8th level of Qi refinement when he used the Heavenly Dragon's Mighty Bodhisattva Fist. According to Kui Heng's original estimation, this should be equivalent to a mid-level deity realm expert. It was enough to deal with the thousands of soldiers outside. Thank you for your gift, Immortal Venerable. Wuxia bowed respectfully and said in a low voice, I will definitely wipe out those people outside this time and not let you down. Just now, he had only circulated the circulation path of the Heavenly Dragon's Great Bodhisattva Fist slightly when he felt a burning sensation on his back. A force thousands of times stronger than his surged up. This was a terrifying power that he could not imagine at all. It was simply like the power of a legendary Buddha. However, such power was casually bestowed by Immortal Venerable. He had indeed followed a supreme immortal. Let's go out and take a look. Kui Heng gestured for Wuxia to get up and led the way. Kui Heng gestured for Wuxia to get up and led the way. This was the first time the first test subject he had created had displayed his power. He definitely had to see the effect with his own eyes. If something went wrong with the experiment, it would be easier to save him in time. You want to come too? Wuxia was even more touched. He wished he could dig out his heart and offer it to Kui Heng. Outside the governor's office, flames raged. Thousands of armored and armed elite soldiers stood there, all of them staring at the main entrance with fierce gazes. The other 2,000 elite soldiers had gone in other directions and had already surrounded the entire governor's office. Sun Pancha himself was not here. He was worried that he would be killed by the experts in the governor's office. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. After all, even a disciple of the Lotus Flower Monastery like Wuxia had appeared. Who could guarantee that there were no other experts here? Although martial arts experts could not resist thousands of elite soldiers, it was still possible to jump across thousands of elite soldiers to take someone's head. He dared not risk it. At this moment, Sun Pancha, Wang Jinsheng, and the others were in a private room of a restaurant more than 100 meters away from the governor's office. This was also where they often used to sit and laugh at the governor's mansion. Later, as long as anyone from the governor's mansion dares to show their faces, kill them immediately. Sun Pancha felt the pain in his arms and said with an extremely gloomy expression, "No matter who it is, kill them without mercy. We can't kill them directly." Wang Jinsheng shook his head and opened his fan. He looked at the flames outside and smiled. "I've already told these outer sect disciples to shout some words before we take action. Let's say that this new governor colluded with the remnants of King Yang's rebel army and wants to slaughter the people and offer up the city. We want to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and punish evil. Although the Yang bandits have been wiped out, their reputation is still there. It's enough to mobilize the hearts of the foolish people and save us a lot of trouble. Moreover, Thief Yang has the support of Lotus Flower Monastery, and Kui Heng has a direct disciple of Lotus Flower Monastery in his residence. We're telling the truth when we say that he colluded with Thief Yang. Brother Wang is meticulous and your thoughts are flawless." Sun Pancha was amazed when he heard this and laughed loudly. "This Kui Heng fought a food and salt war with us just to gather the hearts of the people. In this way, not only will he die, but he will also lose the hearts of the people. His reputation will be ruined. Ha ha ha, good, killing two birds with one stone. Brother Wang's plan is brilliant." He was extremely excited. Now, just killing Kui Heng was no longer enough to satisfy Sun Pancha. Only by destroying Kui Heng's reputation could he vent the hatred in his heart. "Someone's coming out." At this moment, Monk Jing Tsong suddenly pointed at the main entrance of the governor's office. "All right. Now." Sun Pancha stood up immediately and looked over, wanting to see every detail clearly. This is, after seeing the few people who came out, Wang Jinsheng suddenly stood up and said, "I'll go out and hold the line for you." "All right. Thank you, junior brother." Sun Pancha was extremely excited and did not notice Wang Jinsheng's expression at all. However, Peng Lanji and Ouyang Zhen noticed it. The two of them looked at each other and stood up, indicating to Sun Pancha that they wanted to help Wang Jinsheng. The three of them hurried out of the restaurant, but they did not go in the direction of the governor's office. Instead, they quickly ran out of the city. At the same time, the three of them heard earth-shattering sounds of battle coming from the governor's office. It broke the silence of the night sky. "Damn it, how did this happen?" Wang Jinsheng looked back with an extremely gloomy expression. To the people of Lu County, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. To the people of Lu County, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Ever since night fell, flames had lit up into the sky outside. The footsteps of the soldiers were very dense, like the sound of thunder striking the hearts of countless citizens. Such a large number of soldiers gathering was something that had never happened before. Although the commoners were so frightened that they did not dare to go out, they were still very concerned about the situation outside. Many people would secretly look through the gaps between their doors and windows to see the situation outside. They were all worried for the new governor. Although ordinary citizens had limited access to information, they were not fools. After a month of food and salt war and today's brazen shakedown, they all knew very well that the new governor was on their side. However, it was not easy to stand on the side of the commoners. It would definitely cause those merchants to counterattack. The soldiers who had gathered tonight were probably here to deal with the new governor. "I hope nothing happens to the governor. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. I really hope those profiteers die early. May the governor remain safe. Lawless, truly lawless. Heavens, please open your eyes. Please bless the governor." At this moment, in Lu County, countless commoners were praying for Kui Heng at home. Everyone prayed for his safety. As for the soldiers outside shouting that the new county governor was colluding with King Yang and wanted to kill the citizens and offer up the city, no one believed them at all. Who would take out so much food to feed the citizens if they intended to offer up the city? In this chaotic world, food was extremely precious. At the entrance of the governor's office, Kui Heng's eyes flickered as he looked at the area where the commoners were gathered. He saw a mass of white lights symbolizing love flying over from that side. This was the love that the people of Lu County had for him. Only when one loved someone would they pray for him. Feeling the rapid growth of the 7 emotions light around his golden core, Kui Heng felt refreshed. His efforts over the past month had not been in vain. He had finally welcomed a large-scale increase in the 7 emotions. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As long as he destroyed these merchants who controlled the people and allowed the birth of all kinds of businesses, not only would the people in Lu County benefit, but all the counties and towns under Lu County would also benefit. This concerned the livelihood of more than 1 million people. If he could gain the love of so many people, the white light that symbolizes love should welcome a period of rapid growth. After completing all that, the white light should increase greatly. Perhaps it will become the first to reach 1 foot tall. Kui Heng thought to himself. While he was happy, he was also a little worried. But the black light that symbolizes evil has never increased. Why is it so difficult for people to hate me? Is there any way to make the hate not change so quickly to other emotions? Actually, there were definitely many people who hated him, but most of their emotions quickly turned to anger, fear, and despair. There was not much pure disgust at all. At this thought, he looked at the street outside the county office. Thousands of rays of grey lights floated over. This was a light that symbolizes grief. The thousands of elite soldiers that Sun Pancha and the others had transferred over were killed by Wuxia alone. At this moment, the streets outside the county governor's mansion were filled with the sounds of battle. No, to be precise, it was a mixture of screams, cries, and shouts for help that shot into the sky. Because this was Wuxia's one-sided massacre, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. No soldier could hurt him at all. Be it light weapons like swords and sabers, or heavy weapons like clubs and hammers, they were all useless. As soon as these weapons approached Wuxia, the phantom of a fire dragon would fly out from his back. The divine dragon would sweep these weapons away on the spot. At the same time, it burned the armed men to ashes. At the same time, he himself possessed extremely terrifying strength. Even a casual sweep could instantly crush 3 or 4 soldiers. He was trashing the opponents in the truest sense. There was no exaggeration. No matter if Wuxia waved his fist or slapped out with his palm, the phantom of a dragon would appear on his arms, wrapping around it. This made him many times stronger. In the face of such power, even refined iron armor was like paper, completely unable to withstand a single blow. The armors shattered with a single slap and were pierced through with a single strike. Even the soldiers wearing them were smashed into pieces by Wuxia's fists or turned into minced meat. Almost none of them looked like humans after getting hit. He was too powerful. Xu Feng'an, Liu Litao, and Chen Tong were all dumbfounded as they watched Wuxia slaughter everyone. They watched as Wuxia surrounded thousands of elite soldiers alone. Was this still a power that a human could possess? Actually, when Wuxia rushed into the crowd just now, the 3 of them were terrified, afraid that he would be killed. After all, in the face of thousands of armored and armed elite soldiers, even a top inner world expert would not dare to charge forward head-on. Moreover, Wuxia was only a Xiantian cultivator. Although Wuxia had the so-called rune that Kui Heng had given him, no one knew what use the runes had. But now that they saw Wuxia's increase in strength, the 3 of them were all stunned. Lord, this is... Liu Litao pointed outside in shock and asked Kui Heng uncertainly, "These are the runes you mentioned earlier?" "That's right." Kui Heng nodded lightly and smiled. "It's a small trick I thought of before. It seems like the effects are not too bad." "A small trick? Not too bad?" The 3 of them were speechless. If this was considered a small trick, then what were Xiantian and inner world realm experts worth? This was a Xiantian grandmaster killing thousands of armored and armed elite soldiers head-on. Since ancient times, there had never been such a thing. If news of tonight's incident were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. At this moment, Sun Pancha and the others in the restaurant were all dumbfounded. How is this possible? How is this possible? Sun Pancha looked at the street below with bloodshot eyes. He looked at the soldiers who were casually slapped to death by Wuxia like little chicks and almost suspected that he was dreaming. These were thousands of elite soldiers fully decked in armor and wielding weapons. Furthermore, they all knew martial arts. At the very least, all of them had cultivated to the chi-sensing realm. Their strength far exceeded that of ordinary soldiers. It was not a problem for them to kill a top inner world expert together. Why were they slaughtered like chickens by a mere chi condensation cultivator? Beside him, He Chengmao and monk Jingtsong had already begun to tremble. Looking at the scene below and smelling the pungent smell of blood, they felt their scalps tingle and their legs go weak. Where's young Master Wang? Where did young Master Wang go? He Chengmao and monk Jingtsong suddenly remembered that Wang Jinsheng, who had said that he was going out to hold the line, had not appeared. Didn't he easily defeat this chi condensation realm government official during the day? Yes, Brother Wang. Where's Brother Wang? Sun Pancha suddenly reacted at this moment and looked around, but he did not see Wang Jinsheng at all. Peng Lanji and Ouyang Zhen have also disappeared. He Chengmao exclaimed, the fear in his eyes deepening. Don't tell me they both ran away. Even Wang Jinsheng ran away. Monk Jingtsong collapsed to the ground and muttered, it's over. Facing a monster that could kill thousands of elite soldiers alone, it was impossible for them to have any chance of winning. It was even too late to escape now. Damn it. Wang Jinsheng, you bastard. Sun Pancha roared, his entire body trembling. He was almost going crazy. However, he couldn't care less about venting his anger now. He flipped the table in the private room and used his lightness technique to jump out of the window on the other side that did not face the street. However, as soon as Sun Pancha went out, before he could escape, he felt an extremely powerful pulling force tug on him, wanting to pull him back down. He looked down and immediately felt his soul leave his body. He broke out in cold sweat and was horrified. Xiantian. It was Wuxia who raised his hand and used his Xiantian true chi to condense a dragon claw phantom. He grabbed Sun Pancha, who was about to escape, and pulled him down from the sky. Taichung sect's Sun Pancha, you supported the profiteers and harmed the common people. Let's see where you can escape to. Wuxia roared at the sky, letting the surrounding people hear his voice. This was to reveal Sun Pancha's identity and to give him a taste of his own medicine. At the same time, monk Jingtsong and He Chengmao, who were preparing to escape, were also captured. A moment later, Wuxia escorted the three of them to Kui Heng and said respectfully, my lord, I didn't disappoint you. Well done. Kui Heng nodded lightly at Wuxia. Then, he looked at Sun Pancha, He Chengmao, and monk Jingtsong and chuckled. What do the three of you have to say? At this moment, the three of them were already kneeling in front of Kui Heng. They no longer looked as arrogant as before. At this point, they were already in complete despair. They couldn't even think about escaping. After all, with a terrifying expert like Wuxia around, it was impossible for them to escape. Now, the most important thing was how to survive. Only by surviving could they have hope. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. Sun Pancha's mind raced. What should he do? Threats definitely wouldn't do. If the other party was really afraid of his identity, he would not have attacked at all. In that case, he had to show his value. But where was his value? Wang Jinsheng. Sun Pancha's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly lay on the ground and said to Kui Heng, Lord, I have an important intel to report. It's something that only I know. As soon as he said this, He Chengmao and monk Jingtsong's expressions changed and they started cursing. T. You want to talk about Wang Jinsheng's news, right? I know it too. What do you mean by only you know? I know the intel too. Lord, Wang Jinsheng is from Yangju. He's from the Wang clan of Langya. The former was He Chengmao, who only retorted and scolded Sun Pancha. The latter was monk Jingtsong, who directly told him what he knew. The Wang clan of Langya in Yangju. Other than Kui Heng and Wuxia, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly, revealing shock. What do you all know? Sun Pancha flew into a rage when he heard the two of them. He pointed at them and scolded, I've been with Wang Jinsheng for a long time and know more than you. I'll definitely be able to assist this lord. Then, he said to Kui Heng with a flattering expression, Lord, don't listen to their nonsense. These two people have only eaten a few meals with Wang Jinsheng. The information they know is superficial. Only I have a deep understanding of Wang Jinsheng. Lord, why don't you listen to him first? Xu Feng'an used his true qi to send a voice transmission and said to Kui Heng, the Wang family of Langya is one of the 7 distinguished families in the world after all. Their background is extraordinary. There's no hurry. Kui Heng shook his head lightly and said to Hui Shi, bring the 3 of them away first. We'll continue to raid the businesses tomorrow. After we clean up those merchants, we'll hold a public trial together. Yes, my lord. Hui Shi bowed, then grabbed the 3 of them with both hands. Lord. No, don't. Sun Pancha panicked when he saw this situation. He shouted, Lord, the information I know is really critical. Yes, I know. Kui Heng nodded and reminded Hui Shi, be careful during the public trial. Don't let the people beat them to death. Just leave them alive. Sun Pancha and the other 2 were the culprits who exploited the people of Lu County. Putting them on a public trial with those merchants was more conducive to the spread of the truth. At the same time, it could mobilize the emotions of the people. To Kui Heng, this was a chance for his cultivation to improve greatly. Naturally, he could not let it go. Moreover, questioning the culprits after the public trial would better confirm the comprehensivity and authenticity of the information. After Sun Pancha and the other 2 were detained by Hui Shi, the county governor's mansion finally regained its calm. Only the lingering smell of blood in the air and the dismembered limbs on the street ahead showed that an extremely tragic one-sided massacre had just happened here. Lieutenant Chen, clean up the streets with your men so as not to disturb the people tomorrow, Kui Heng said to Chen Tong. If there are any surviving soldiers, arrest them as well to await punishment. Yes, my lord. Chen Tong bowed respectfully before leaving in a hurry. He immediately gave an order to have people clean the streets overnight. After seeing Hui Shi break through 3 realms in a row and go on a killing spree, he became obedient to Kui Heng's decisions and had no other thoughts. The 2 of you, follow me, Kui Heng said to Xu Feng'an and Liu Litao before turning around and returning to the inner hall. In the inner hall of the county magistrate's office, Kui Heng took a sip of hot tea and asked Xu Feng'an and Liu Litao, I've heard of the 7 distinguished families before, but I don't know much about it. Tell me more. In the past period of time, he had asked Xu Feng'an and Liu Litao to better understand the overall situation of this world. In name, the Great Jin imperial family was the leader. But in actuality, there were independent factions everywhere. Even the various state overseers who relied on the Great Jin's regime had begun to govern themselves. The entire Great Jin dynasty was basically a scattered and split force. Therefore, apart from the central continent, the 10 state overseers were the most powerful people in the world. But this was only on the surface. In this world, sects and aristocratic families were the main players. Although the imperial court and the state overseers controlled a large amount of military power, the sects and aristocratic families had relied on their deep foundations to infiltrate into various industries. They were involved in hundreds of industries regarding the people's livelihood and the transportation of military supplies, ores, metals, and other industries. If anything were to happen to these industries, not to mention a county or a state, even the citizens of the entire world would be provoked into rebellion, and the imperial court would immediately collapse. Moreover, sects and aristocratic families also had the highest individual martial strength in the world. Even if a single person's martial strength could not compete with an army, he could still execute an assassination. As long as the imperial court dared to attack the aristocratic families of the sect, they would dare to let the current high-ranking officials and even the imperial family die suddenly. Many dynasties had also been destroyed like this. Therefore, there had never been a 1,000-year-old dynasty in this world, but 1,000-year-old sects and aristocratic families were everywhere. The 3 holy lands of the Tao sect, the 6 holy lands of the Buddhist sect, the 13 evil sects, the 9 swords of the world, the 12 gangs of the world, and the 16 families of the world were all outstanding forces. The 7 distinguished families was among the famed 16 families. But in reality, The Seven Distinguished Families was already a top faction with more than 3,000 years of history and lineage. It was in existence on the same level as the head of the Tao sect, Tao Yi Palace, and the head of the Buddhist sect, the Baolin Buddhist Hall. The other 9 families were not on the same level as the 7 distinguished families. It's said that the 7 distinguished families was the main supporter of the establishment of the Great Jin. Liu Litao knew more about the imperial court. More than 200 years ago, at the end of the Da Yuan dynasty, the world was in chaos and countless heroes rose up. At that time, the founding ancestor of the Great Jin was actually just from an inconspicuous small faction. By chance, he married a noble daughter of the Wang clan of Langya. That was how he obtained support and quickly rose to prominence. Then, he obtained the support of the other 6 Wang families and finally swept through the world to establish the Great Jin. Yes, I've heard of this before. Xu Feng'an nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Speaking of which, there's another rumor that I don't know if it's true. Oh? Kui Heng asked with interest. What rumor? I'll explain, my lord, Xu Feng'an replied respectfully. It's said that the 7 distinguished families had suffered heavy losses in order to support the rise of the founding ancestor of the Great Jin dynasty, especially the Wang family of Langya. They were almost wiped out. Moreover, it triggered the martial world calamity more than 200 years ago. Heavenly King Hongwu killed all the deity realm experts in the world. Who? Kui Heng could not help but raise his eyebrows. The name Hongwu reminded Kui Heng of the founding ancestor of the Ming dynasty on Earth. The name Hongwu reminded Kui Heng of the founding ancestor of the Ming dynasty on Earth. At the same time, he was also looking forward to hearing more. Could it be that Hong Fuguei had changed his name? But if it was Hong Fuguei, how could the world's leader become the Great Jin? Had he failed? Liu Litao and Xu Feng'an thought that as an otherworldly immortal, Kui Heng had never heard of Heavenly King Hongwu. Hence the question. After all, that was nearly 300 years ago. Too much time had passed. Moreover, after the Great Jin was established, they strictly controlled the information about the previous dynasties. Naturally, very few people knew about it. At this point, not to mention ordinary people, even a county magistrate might not know. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. It was only because one of them was a county governor and the other was an expert from a top sect with over 1,000 years of history that they had some understanding. Hence, the two of them looked at each other. They wanted to answer Kui Heng's question, but they could not speak first. Kui Heng saw through their thoughts and nodded with a smile. Mr. Xu, please continue. Thank you, my lord. Xu Feng'an first bowed before continuing the story about Heavenly King Hongwu. According to the records of the Yuhua Sword Pavilion, Heavenly King Hongwu first appeared in the 12th year of the previous dynasty, which was 288 years ago. At that time, it was a period at the end of a dynasty, and there were countless revolutionary armies. At that time, Heavenly King Hongwu was the head of a revolutionary army. He was a military officer who could manage 100 people. In his description, Heavenly King Hongwu started from an ordinary military officer. Through accumulating battle merits, he became a commander, a company officer, and then a general, step by step. After he married the daughter of the leader of the revolutionary army, he completely controlled 100,000 troops. After taking control of the army, Heavenly King Hongwu widely roped in the people's hearts. In an extremely short period of time, he gathered a large number of citizens and tied them to his cause. In a few years, he had already developed the army to 1 million soldiers and began to sweep through the world. Gradually, he was titled a Heavenly King. The war at the end of a dynasty inevitably affected the various large sects and aristocratic families. As Heavenly King Hongwu expanded, the interests of some sects and families suffered. Hence, the sect and aristocratic families sent someone to negotiate with him. After the negotiation failed, they wanted to use force and even killed Heavenly King Hongwu's son. This created a life and death feud. Heavenly King Hongwu began to wantonly kill martial artists. None of the renowned factions in the world escaped his wrath. This was especially true for the Langya Wang clan. They were the culprits who had caused the death of Heavenly King Hongwu's eldest son. Facing an army of 1,000,000, no matter how strong their martial cultivators were, no matter how shocking their martial techniques were, it was useless. Their entire clan was almost wiped out. In the end, a deity realm expert took action and brought away a few direct descendants of the Langya Wang clan. Only then did they manage to preserve a bloodline. After that battle, many sects and families completely understood that Heavenly King Hongwu wouldn't care about them at all. Hence, countless sects and families joined forces. First, they defamed Heavenly King Hongwu publicly. At the same time, they used their own strength to gather an army. They even sent experts to assassinate him repeatedly. The many sects and aristocratic families often used this method, wanting to directly resolve the root of the problem. However, no one expected Heavenly King Hongwu to have a peerless divine weapon with him. He could kill a deity realm expert with a sweep of his sword. It was impossible to assassinate and behead him. However, it was precisely because of these actions of the sects and aristocratic families that Heavenly King Hongwu became completely enraged. He personally ordered the death of all the deity realm experts in the world, regardless of which sect or family they were from. An unprecedented martial world calamity was triggered. That's it. Quiheng frowned slightly after hearing this. From Xu Feng'an's description, this Heavenly King Hongwu seemed to be just a slightly stronger leader of the revolutionary army. He did not sound like Hong Fugui at all. Back then, Hong Fugui had learned much more from him. After Xu Feng'an finished explaining what he knew about Heavenly King Hongwu, he saw Quiheng fall into deep thought. This made him a little puzzled and nervous. He instinctively felt that he might have said something wrong, but he could not figure out what he had said wrong. The Heavenly King Hongwu that Sir Wu mentioned is actually not a comprehensive description. At this moment, Liu Litao suddenly spoke. His tone was even filled with reverence. To be precise, that's just the Heavenly King Hongwu in the eyes of the martial sects. Actually, Heavenly King Hongwu's true strength isn't in his military strength, nor is it in the divine weapon in his hand. It's in his thoughts, his military governance, and his administrative ideals. During the first 100 years of the Great Jin dynasty, the imperial court forbade anyone from reading through any information related to Heavenly King Hongwu. They were afraid of his ideals. It was only because of the recent chaos that there were no more restrictions. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. It was a smile filled with admiration. I usually like to read some idle books, so I understand more about this. Actually, as long as you study the history of Heavenly King Hongwu carefully, you will discover that he is different from all the leaders of the revolutionary army and even all the emperors and generals from ancient times. There has never been an emperor or a general who would truly stand with the people like him, let alone an army that would never snatch money and food from the people, never humiliate women, and would even pay for food. There has never been a person who didn't rope in the sects and aristocratic families or seek their support. Instead, he targeted them, suppressed them, and even killed them. Then, he distributed the land and property to the troops that were made up of ordinary people. There has never been an army that took the unification of the world as their responsibility. Even the most ordinary soldiers know what they are fighting to protect, and because of their shared ideals, they would never desert the army even if the entire army was wiped out. Heavenly King Hongwu attacked the martial arts sects and aristocratic families not because of a personal grudge, but because he wanted to snatch back the livelihoods and businesses that affected the people of the world from these large factions. Only when the people's livelihoods are no longer controlled by these sects and families can the people live a stable life. And the killing of all the deity realm experts in the world was also for this goal. At the mention of Heavenly King Hongwu, Liu Litao seemed to have become a chatterbox as he kept talking. His words were filled with admiration and even contained traces of subtle worship. His eyes were shining. This might have something to do with his own experience. Liu Litao knew very well that he was a timid person who lacked courage. When he encountered trouble, he always wanted to protect himself and did not dare to charge forward. Therefore, while he was the governor of Lu County, he did not dare to fall out with the various sects and families. He could only barely protect the people here so that they could live a stable life and not starve. But the more this was the case, the more he admired Heavenly King Hongwu. What kind of courage, what kind of heart was required to pursue such a lofty goal? Only such a person could let the world bloom with such bright brilliance at the end of a dynasty. After hearing Liu Litao's story, Xu Feng'an fell silent. Perhaps it was because of their different positions, or perhaps it was because of the restrictions of the great Jin imperial court. The records of Heavenly King Hongwu from the Yuhua Sword Pavilion were indeed too one-sided. So that's what happened. Kui Heng whispered softly, as if he was a little emotional. Then he fell silent and said nothing for a long time. After a long while, just as Liu Litao and Xu Feng'an were feeling a little nervous, Kui Heng suddenly asked, "How did this Heavenly King Hongwu fail in the end?" According to Xu Feng'an and Liu Li Dao's description. According to Xu Feng'an and Liu Li Dao's description, about 270 years ago, Heavenly King Hongwu had already killed almost all the deity realm powerhouses in the world. The various sects and families were either suppressed or directly destroyed. The greatest obstacle had been swept away, and the people of the world also regarded Heavenly King Hongwu as the savior of the world. The rest of the revolutionary armies were nothing compared to them. They were not worth mentioning at all. The Dayuan dynasty was also on its last breath. This was already the eve of victory. It was the moment before dawn. But why was it that in the end, the revolutionary army was overthrown and the new dynasty was established by the son-in-law of the Langya Wang clan? Moreover, the current Great Jin had been established for 261 years. In other words, less than 10 years after Heavenly King Hongwu killed all the deity realm experts in the world, Great Jin established a new dynasty with the support of the 7 distinguished families. This was too bizarre. It didn't make sense at all. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. Heavenly King Hongwu didn't fail. Liu Litao replied firmly. It's just that because Heavenly King Hongwu suddenly disappeared, the policies that he presided over could no longer continue. They quickly fell apart. There are similar records in the Yuhua Sword Pavilion. Xu Feng'an nodded and said, just before Heavenly King Hongwu suppressed the world and was about to overthrow the Dayuan dynasty, he suddenly disappeared. Dragons can't survive without a leader, and a country can't be without a ruler for a day. Once Heavenly King Hongwu disappeared, their powerful foundation collapsed in an extremely short period of time. Only then did the 7 distinguished families and Wei Kuang have the chance to pluck the peaches. Wei Kuang was the founder of the Great Jin, the son-in-law of the Wang clan of Langya. Disappeared? Kui Heng was slightly surprised and fell into deep thought. He just vanished without warning? That's right, he's missing. Liu Litao nodded with certainty. I've checked countless books and records, but no one has found Heavenly King Hongwu's corpse. I can only say that he's missing. Does my lord want to investigate this? You want to know too, right? Kui Heng looked at Liu Litao with a faint smile. I wouldn't dare. Liu Litao hurriedly bowed and apologized. I was just anxious and wanted to share my lord's worries. All right, I don't blame you. Kui Heng waved his hand and stood up. I'll investigate Heavenly King Hongwu's matter. I'm willing to serve my lord. Xu Feng'an hurriedly said. I'm willing to sacrifice my life as well. Liu Litao immediately kowtowed. There's no need to bow so easily. Kui Heng shook his head lightly and said to the two of them, I'll ask you two a question now. Is it true that the majority of the sects and families in the world has a hand in the livelihood of the common people and are imperceptibly controlling the lives of the world? Not necessarily all of them, but I'm afraid at least 80 to 90% of the large factions are involved, Liu Li Dao replied. There should be no mistake about that. Xu Feng'an nodded. Be it the sects or aristocratic families, their daily expenses are huge. They need the corresponding industries to maintain their operations. The larger the sect and aristocratic family, the larger the industries. All right, I understand. Kui Heng nodded slightly and said, that's all for now. After the two of you go back, organize and write down all the information you know about the 7 distinguished families, especially the Wang clan of Langya. Give it to me tomorrow morning. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. The two of them bowed and left. Kui Heng was the only one left in the inner hall of the county governor's mansion. He returned to his seat and sat quietly for a long time. In the end, he sighed softly and said with a self-deprecating smile, "Lil Fugue, back then, I was wondering if you could die peacefully of old age. I didn't expect you to actually go missing. You've disappeared, and the Immortal Dawn sect has also sealed themselves away. Is there really a powerful force in this world that I don't know about?" Thinking of this, Kui Heng asked in his heart again, "System, is this world really a high-level Shenxia spacetime dimension?" "Hello, honorable host. As you have activated the Omnipotent Immortal Cultivation System package, the system will serve you wholeheartedly and protect your path to immortality. After testing, it can be confirmed that this world is a high-level Shenxia spacetime dimension. There are countless living beings in the myriad worlds, immortal kings, and countless ferocious beasts. Your growth environment is extremely harsh. Please pay attention to your safety at all times. If you want to increase your safety index, you can choose to continue charging. The system has." Ridiculous. Kui Heng directly ignored the subsequent notifications. At this moment, he already had a rough guess about the situation with Hong Fugue and the Immortal Dawn sect. This world that seemed to be at the level of a Wuxia world had a complete inheritance of the 12 realms of the mortal realm. Moreover, it completely corresponded to the 21 realms of the immortal and mortal realms that Pei Qingshu and Li Mingqiong had mentioned. However, this is the Great Jin dynasty, while Pei Qingshu and Li Mingqiong were from the Great Zhu dynasty. In their description, there were also immortal sects, mighty figures, sacred bodies, mystic realms, and other elements that were clearly higher than this Wuxia world. In addition, here in Great Jin, there was also the legend of human immortals descending. The answer was obvious. Perhaps the Great Zhu that Pei Qingshu and Li Mingqiong were in was the upper world of Great Jin. It was a higher plane that was connected to this plane, but there were certain restrictions. Kui Heng, who had once read all kinds of cultivation novels, easily made such a connection. And Hong Fugue's strange disappearance and the sudden sealing of the Immortal Dawn sect was most likely due to the interference of this upper world. If there really is an upper world, then everything can be explained. Kui Heng thought to himself, those large sects and aristocratic families that have existed for thousands of years are probably inextricably linked to this upper world. At the same time, he felt a sense of danger. From the looks of it, after that human immortal descends to the world and hears about my deeds, he will most likely attack me or gather the various sects and families to deal with me. Although the human immortal realm should only be equivalent to the Foundation Establishment realm and is nothing much, there are still Earth immortals and even heaven immortals above the human immortal realm. That might be equivalent to the Golden Core realm and the Nascent Soul realm. There are less than 5 months before the human immortal descends. It's obviously impossible to nurture a nascent soul in such a short period of time. Fortunately, there are still the benefits of the system. Even if a heaven immortal descends, I can protect myself. Thinking of this, Kui Heng suddenly had an idea. Should I strike first and destroy all the sects and aristocratic families in this world? In any case, we're destined to be enemies. However, he quickly refuted his thoughts. No, if I directly destroy them, I'm afraid that it won't be a human immortal descending to the mortal world anymore. Instead, it'll become a heaven immortal descending to the mortal world. It won't be good for me. Even if he really had a conflict with a human immortal after he descended to the mortal world, there would definitely be a lot of time before he became a heaven immortal. This was enough for Kui Heng to make some preparations. Moreover, with the strength of these sects and aristocratic families at the deity realm, it was impossible for them to have any effects on a Golden Core level battle. It's good to keep these sects and aristocratic families. Since they're destined to become enemies, I can use them to increase the cultivation of the black light. Kui Heng nodded slightly after thinking about this and formed a plan in his heart. After a month of food and salt war, as well as today's shakedown and extermination of Sun Pancha and the others, he had collected a lot of the 7 emotions light. The red color that symbolizes joy and the white color that symbolizes love had reached more than 7 inches. Anger, sorrow, fear, and desire were already close to 5 inches. Only the black light that symbolizes evil did not increase much. It was still 3 inches tall. During this period of time, He had been worried about how to collect the black light that symbolizes evil and how to make people maintain their disgust for him. He did not want it to quickly transform into emotions like anger, fear, and despair. Now, he finally had a clue. Those sects and aristocratic families that controlled the lives of ordinary people were the best test subject. The next morning, Liu Litao and Xu Feng'an handed over the information about the 7 distinguished families to Kui Heng. Then, they received a county-wide decree personally written by Kui Heng. He ordered all the sects and aristocratic families in Lu County to sell 10% of their food, salt, coal, transportation business, and other industries to the Lu County government. The current county governor, Kui Heng, was in charge of all of this. When Liu Litao and Xu Feng'an saw this decree, they were both stunned. The former was excited, and the latter was worried. "I will definitely do my best to implement this decree," Liu Litao said respectfully. "Lord, once this decree is issued, the entire Lu County will definitely be in an uproar." Xu Feng'an said worriedly, "Other than the Yuhua Sword Pavilion, I'm afraid the other sects and aristocratic families will not abide by it. Moreover, when this decree is spread to the other counties, all the sects and aristocratic families in the world will hate you, my lord. I hope that all the sects and aristocratic families in the world will hate me." Kui Heng smiled. "I've already made up my mind. There's no need to persuade me anymore." Then, he changed the topic and said, "By the way, go and tell Wuxia to gather the people. Bring out the merchants who were captured, as well as Sun Pancha and the others for public trial today." After Wang Jinsheng escaped from Lu County, he started running for his life. He escaped over 400 li in a single night. Finally, he arrived at Taichung County in the east of Lu County. At this moment, his uncle, Wang Qingchuan, was drinking and having fun in the residence of elder son Liansheng. Both of them were nearly 100 years old, and their hair and beards were white. However, in front of their table, those dancers who were dressed in light muslin and dancing with swaying movements, revealing their exquisite figures, were still young girls, extremely delicate. The two of them enjoyed the scenery as they drank, their faces full of smiles. Bang! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, scaring the dancers into hiding. Wang Qingchuan and son Liansheng also looked over with anger. "Uncle." It was Wang Jinsheng who staggered in and said while panting, "Not good, not good. The new county governor of Lu County is a lunatic. He raided the businesses of our merchants and even wanted to capture all of us." "What?" Wang Qingchuan almost thought that he had heard wrongly. He said in surprise, "Has the new county governor eaten the courage of a leopard? He actually dared to attack you." "I saw Xu Feng'an beside the new county governor." Wang Jinsheng gritted his teeth and said, "Although he had disguised himself, I recognized him at a glance at such a close distance. With our extreme abilities, not only could he defeat our elite soldiers, he could even capture our people alive. That's why I rushed back to report to Uncle. Xu Feng'an is just a newly advanced top expert. Is he trying to encroach on Fengzhou's immortal opportunity?" Wang Qingchuan was furious. His beard was even blown up. "Let's go, follow me to Lu County City. I want to see where this Xu Feng'an gets his guts from. Wang Judeng, that lord will also come over later." Sun Liansheng reminded him in a low voice. "That lord?" Wang Qingchuan immediately sobered up from his anger. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Jinsheng, let's set off tomorrow morning then." But Wang Jinsheng hesitated. He was extremely furious. He had lived for almost 20 years and had never been in such a sorry state. He wished that he could kill Kui Heng and Xu Feng'an immediately. "No." Wang Qingchuan shook his head and said, "That lord is extremely important to me, to you, and even to the entire Wang clan of Langya. He's very important. As for that new county governor and Xu Feng'an, they're just penned chickens and dogs. They're not worth mentioning. When I go over tomorrow, I'll capture them in one go. At that time, you can do whatever you want." Although Wang Jinsheng was unwilling, since his uncle had already said so, he could only wait here. Thus, the singing started again, and the dancers started moving again. Then, the music continued. Before long, the sound of horses neighing could be heard outside. Immediately after, there was the sound of a carriage opening and closing. Someone was coming. Wang Qingchuan and Sun Liansheng stood up and walked towards the door with smiles on their faces. Wang Jinsheng also followed, feeling a little excited. He had already asked his uncle about this lord's identity. He was Jiang Wanshan, the head of Secretariat of the Imperial Court, and the External Affairs Manager of the Jiang family in Nanhe. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. In the Great Jin, the head of Secretariat was the highest-ranking official in the Central Secretariat. He was in charge of drafting imperial edicts and issuing them. Although he was not as powerful as the Minister of Records, he was still a Grand Secretary official. His words and actions could even affect the Emperor's decree. Of course, in this chaotic world, it was difficult for even an imperial decree to leave the central continent. This was just a position in the imperial court, so Wang Qingchuan did not take it so seriously. What really concerned him was Jiang Wanshan's identity in the Jiang family of Nanhe, as well as the emperor's edict in his hands. The Jiang family of Nanhe and the Wang family of Langye were both part of the 7 distinguished families. But if the imperial edict was pushed by the head of Secretariat who was part of the 7 distinguished families, it would be completely different. Ha ha ha, Lord Jiang has come on a starry night. I'm sorry for not coming out to welcome you. Wang Qingchuan laughed as he invited a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s into the house. Greetings, Uncle Jiang. Wang Jinsheng walked up and bowed respectfully. Ha ha ha, so you're my nephew. When I saw you 10 years ago, you were only this big. Jiang Wanshan laughed and gestured at his waist. Then, he sat at the head of the table and asked, "How's your father?" "My father is fine, and he often misses you, uncle." Wang Jinsheng pretended to be obedient. Back then, Prime Minister Wang was one of the 3 dukes and even recorded official affairs. If not for his efforts, I wouldn't be where I am today. Jiang Wanshan first reminisced about the past before getting straight to the point. I've always been a grateful person. Here's an edict bestowed by the emperor. It just so happens that this can be used as repayment for Minister Wang's kindness. As he spoke, he took out a piece of yellow cloth with words written on it from his sleeve. He unfolded it and presented the contents to Wang Jinsheng, Wang Qingchuan, and Sun Liansheng. Kui Heng, the county magistrate of Juhe County, has contributed greatly in the defense against the attack of the Yang rebels. He will be conferred the title, General Wei Yuan. He will be rewarded with 300 taels of gold and an army seal. He can recruit 100,000 soldiers. Hiss, hiss. When Wang Jinsheng and the other 2 saw the contents of the edict, they could not help but gasp. The title bestowment was actually nothing. The title General Wei Yuan was only the equivalent of a 5th-grade military official. Although it was on the same level as a county governor, it was not enough for them to take him seriously. What was really outrageous was the last point. Permission to recruit 100,000 soldiers. This meant that one could officially amass a private army of 100,000. He no longer had to secretly raise private soldiers, nor did he have to worry about being criticized morally. He could even attack others under the guise of serving the imperial court. He could simply rebel openly. As long as he had this power, the position of state overseer would be at his fingertips, and the immortal opportunity of Fengju would be in his grasp. Such a bestowment was actually given to Kui Heng. Wang Jinsheng was furious and jealous. His eyes were red. Why? Nephew looks very angry. Jiang Wanshan noticed Wang Jinsheng's expression and smiled. Don't worry, this bestowment has nothing to do with Kui Heng. This is all yours. What? Wang Jinsheng was pleasantly surprised. Previously, Wang Qingchuan had only told him that Jiang Wanshan would bring him great benefits, but he did not expect it to be this. He could obtain the right to openly recruit 100,000 soldiers. Moreover, it was snatched from Kui Heng. This was very satisfying. However, he had some doubts. He looked at Jiang Wanshan and asked, "Uncle, but the decree clearly says. Isn't it up to me to decide what to write on the edict?" Jiang Wanshan immediately laughed when he heard this. He picked up a pen and directly crossed out Kui Heng's name on it. Then, he smiled and said, A small county magistrate is not like us. He's just a dog. How can he enjoy such a reward? 1. Don't worry, nephew. As long as the thing bestowed is real, there won't be a problem. You can even do that. Wang Jinsheng was a little stunned. He usually felt that he was already very arrogant, but he did not expect that he was still so far away from true arrogance. He could actually rewrite the emperor's edict so easily. It was as if he had just corrected a misspelled word. Jinsheng, there's no need to be surprised. Wang Qingchuan patted Wang Jinsheng's shoulder gently and said with a smile, the Great Jin was established with the support of our preeminent families, so we naturally have the right to exercise our authority. As long as you don't fabricate an emperor's edict out of thin air, it's fine as long as you show consideration for the emperor's face on the surface. Don't you think so, Lord Jiang? Ha ha ha. Jiang Guanshan also laughed when he heard this. He said to Wang Jinsheng as if he was hinting at something, as a mere secretariat, I really don't dare to fabricate an edict out of thin air. In other words, it was not necessarily the same for a higher-level official, namely a true prime minister. For example, Wang Jinsheng's father, the former Prime Minister Wang. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Wang Jinsheng bowed and thanked him, pretending not to hear Jiang Guanshan's words. Now, he was only feeling extremely happy in his heart. After all, these bestowments were originally for Kui Heng, but now, he had intercepted them. This made him feel like he had gotten his revenge. He felt so good that he wanted to dance around. So what if you've won the hearts of the people in Lu County? So what if you have a top expert by your side? Compared to a preeminent family like mine, you're just an ant that's only worthy of being casually manipulated. You didn't even know that you had been rewarded before it was snatched away by me. Wang Jinsheng's face flushed red with excitement. He even wanted to jump in front of Kui Heng and mock him to vent his grievance and anger. Lord Jiang, actually, Kui Heng deserved that reward. At this moment, Wang Qingchuan suddenly said with a smile. Oh, what do you mean? Jiang Guanshan asked with interest. It's like this. Kui Heng is in Lu County City. Wang Qingchuan briefly explained how Kui Heng targeted the businesses of the sects and aristocratic families. There's actually such a thing. Jiang Guanshan's gaze turned cold as he sneered, these bumpkins are really becoming more and more restless. That's right. A mere county governor actually dares to touch our assets in Lu County. Wang Qingchuan nodded in agreement. He's simply courting death. Lord Jiang, shouldn't we think of a way to deal with him? Sun Lianxing said with a fawning expression, otherwise, that county governor will probably push his luck. He's only taking a fancy to our assets in Lu County City now. In the future, it might even be the entire Lu County. Yes, we can't leave this fellow alone. Jiang Guanshan nodded and revealed a ruthless expression. Killing him directly is the best way, but that is too easy on him. Since he dares to use the businesses of our aristocratic families to exchange for the hearts of the people, I'll make him lose the hearts of the people and let him be cursed to death by the people. After returning to the capital, I will report to His Majesty that Lu County is adjacent to the Hong River and is at the center of Fengzhou's waterway. It should have become a major trading city, but its current development is far from reaching that level. It can be seen that the county governor's ability to govern is not good. Moreover, the county governor deprived the businesses of generations of merchants for no reason and handed them over to ordinary people to manage. This greatly affected the merchants' enthusiasm and made it impossible for the people to farm and produce food in peace. It's a loss for the country and a disaster for the world. This is all because of the county governor's incompetence in governing. His Majesty should draft an edict to reform the city. The taxes for ordinary people operating shops must increase by 50%, while merchants who have been running businesses for generations will receive a 50% reduction in taxes. This way, the trade in Lu County can recover and the people can farm in peace. It's the best of both worlds. At that time, I will personally go to Lu County to implement the decree. What do you think? 1. Uncle Jiang is brilliant, too brilliant. Uncle Jiang is brilliant, too brilliant. Wang Jinsheng could not help but praise. The Great Jin's taxes on ordinary people were relatively heavy to begin with. With this additional tax, Those bumpkins in Lu County would probably be unable to make ends meet. In his opinion, ordinary people were just a bunch of lowly commoners. Now that Kui Heng had given them benefits, they would naturally support him and love him. After this policy was announced, they would definitely turn around and scold Kui Heng. The so-called popular sentiment was just something that could be transferred at any time. It was too easy to deal with. Comfortable. How comfortable. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. Wang Jinsheng couldn't stop smiling. He felt that he could already see Kui Heng's miserable and desperate expression. Wang Qingchuan and Sun Pancha also praised with smiles. This policy was also a good thing for them. After all, the so-called generations of businessmen were actually people from sects and aristocratic families. As for how the ordinary people would survive, they didn't care at all. They were just a bunch of bumpkins. If they died, so be it. It was no big deal. Even if there was a fight, it would be at the county governor's mansion. It had nothing to do with them. The banquet was immersed in laughter. The host and guests enjoyed themselves. When Jiang Wanshan left, the sky was already bright. At dawn, Wang Qingchuan and Wang Jinsheng also bade farewell to Sun Lianxing and set off for Lu County. However, their goal was already different from their initial one. After hearing Jiang Wanshan's plan, the two of them had already given up on the idea of directly getting rid of Kui Heng. After all, he was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. They were not in a hurry to attack him. It would be more satisfying to see him live under the curses of the people after the new edict was issued. This time, Wang Qingchuan and Wang Jinsheng went to Lu County for two reasons. One was to save Sun Pancha. After all, he was Sun Lianxing's son. He couldn't just leave him in Lu County. He had to save his life. The second was to get rid of Xu Feng'an. Although the Yuhua Sword Pavilion had existed for 1,000 years, only in recent years did Xu Feng'an appear. His foundation was shallow, and he had never been taken seriously by the top sects and aristocratic families. Now, Xu Feng'an actually dared to help Kui Heng and stand against the sects and aristocratic families. He was simply courting death. He had to be eliminated as a warning to others. Today, Lu County City was much more lively than usual. Just last night, the powerful merchants and the backing of those merchants were all arrested by the governor. The price of food that had soared to 15 times was pushed back down overnight. Countless commoners cheered and walked onto the streets, wanting to thank the new county governor. However, many people heard someone shouting as soon as they left. The complaints conference has begun. The complaints conference has begun. Lord Governor is going to hold a public trial on those profiteers and their backers. Let them explain clearly why they want to go against us commoners. Everyone, let's speak of our grievances. No matter what grievances we've suffered in the past, we can speak freely this time. The governor will stand up for us. The person shouting was a dark-skinned youth. He seemed to be around 15 or 16-year-old. It was none other than Zhao Gaodan, one of the dozen or so soldiers Kui Heng had brought with him when he came to Lu County. His voice was very loud, so people could hear him clearly from afar. Immediately, many people came over to ask, "Little brother, what do you mean by a public trial and a complaints conference? Can we really tell them all the grievances we usually suffer? Are you going to interrogate those big shots?" I've never heard of such a thing. How can commoners like us interrogate them? Many people in Lu County had never heard of such a thing and found it unbelievable. After all, in this era, ordinary people could already be considered lucky if they could live peacefully. Their lives were like grass, and they had no right to judge others. Brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts, listen to me. Zhao Gaodan was very fluent with his words and quickly recounted his experiences in Zhuhe County vividly. He even told them about Kui Heng's political measures in Zhuhe County, especially the details of how he fought the nouveau riche and divided the fields. Many citizens' eyes lit up. Hence, a large number of citizens quickly rushed to the market entrance at the north of Lu County. That was the place where the public hearing was going to be held. Wang Jinsheng and Wang Qingchuan, who had already disguised themselves, arrived at the market and stood in a corner. They looked at the crowd of people and listened to the publicity about the complaints conference and the public trial. They felt instinctively annoyed and disgusted. Ridiculous. This is too ridiculous. Wang Qingchuan's expression was extremely gloomy as he looked at the public trial platform that was being built. Are they trying to pull Nephew Sun and the others onto this platform and judge them like monkeys? From what they're saying, that seems to be the case. A trace of fear flashed across Wang Jinsheng's eyes. If he hadn't fled decisively back then, he would probably have been pulled onto the stage as well now. What a great humiliation! Wang Qingchuan was furious, and killing intent even surged in his heart. He's throwing the face of our aristocratic families and sects onto the ground and trampling on it. This child cannot be left alive. Uncle, don't worry. With Uncle Jiang's plan, that fellow won't live for long. Wang Jinsheng gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, he's dead for sure." Wang Qingchuan nodded and asked in a low voice, "By the way, have you investigated the whereabouts of the thousands of elite soldiers last night?" "Yes." Wang Jin said with some resentment, "It was Xu Feng'an who did it. He directly captured Sun Pancha and killed dozens of soldiers, causing the remaining soldiers to surrender without a fight. They were probably captured and imprisoned in the dungeon." The first thing Wang Jinsheng did after arriving in Lu County was to be sent by Wang Qingchuan to investigate what had happened last night. At the very least, he had to figure out how the battle ended after he left. This way, he could rely on how many soldiers Xu Feng'an could kill to determine his strength, making it easier for Wang Qingchuan to kill him. Although Wang Qingchuan looked down on Xu Feng'an, a newly advanced top expert, he knew very well that it was not easy to kill a top expert. He had to be sufficiently prepared. Only by knowing himself and his enemy could he win every battle. Unfortunately, Wang Jinsheng's investigation results came from the citizens of Lu County. In truth, no one had dared to go out last night. No one saw the real battle scene. Most of the people only vaguely heard the screams outside, and a small number of people heard Sun Pancha and the others breaking out of the window and trying to escape. Even the blood on the streets had been cleaned up by Chen Tong and his men. There were no traces of Hui Shi sweeping through the army alone last night. This morning, after the commoners went out and saw a clean street, they naturally did not think that a battle had happened. They would only think that the battle had stopped because the culprits had been captured by an expert. Hence, after Wang Jinsheng heard this news, he naturally thought that it was Xu Feng'an. After all, from what he knew, Xu Feng'an was the only top expert in Lu County City. Who else could it be? This was slightly different from the truth. To be able to kill dozens of armored and armed elite soldiers alone, this guy is already stronger than ordinary inner world realm experts. He's not bad. Wang Qingchuan believed Wang Jinsheng's words and sneered. But compared to me, it's far from enough. In the end, the foundation of a small sect is still too shallow. Uncle, if you take action, Xu Feng'an will definitely die. Wang Jinsheng smiled. If I can't even kill a tiny Xu Feng'an, I'm not worthy of the surname Wang. Wang Qingchuan was very confident. Jinsheng, wait here. Once Nephew Sun appears, save him. I'll go and kill Xu Feng'an directly to prevent him from causing any trouble. No problem, don't worry. Wang Jinsheng was also very confident. He looked at Hui Shi, who was acting as a guard on the platform, and chuckled. The guard on this platform was defeated by me. I let him live previously, so I won't let him escape again this time. Yes, we should eliminate them completely. Wang Qingchuan nodded and said, be careful to end the battle quickly. Don't fight a prolonged battle. After saving them, leave immediately. I understand. Wang Jinsheng smiled and said, Uncle, don't worry. It's just a mere qi condensation realm cultivator. It's not worth me prolonging the fight. All right. Wang Qingchuan left in relief. He knew Wang Jinsheng's strength very well. It was impossible for him to not be able to deal with a qi condensation realm cultivator. Next, Wang Jinsheng waited patiently in the corner. Before long, the high platform was set up. Countless citizens present cheered. When the public hearing began, one by one, the merchants were pulled up and the commoners stood up to accuse them. In their anger, many commoners even rushed up and beat the merchants to death. What a bunch of unruly commoners! Wang Jinsheng gritted his teeth. His status was inherently different from the commoners. Seeing this situation, he felt especially affected. Finally, after interrogating several merchants, Sun Pancha, who looked haggard and in an extremely sorry state, was pulled up. Wuxia had personally escorted him up. It's time. Wang Jinsheng's eyes lit up. Die. He immediately used his swiftness technique and instantly flew onto the stage. He stretched out his arm and threw a punch at Wuxia, trying to subdue the enemy in one strike like yesterday. Wuxia's expression revealed a bit of surprise. He looked at Wang Jinsheng as if he was looking at a fool. Wang Qingchuan did not choose to launch a sneak attack. This was because he knew that it was useless against a top-notch inner world expert. He planned to kill Xu Feng'an head-on. Moreover, in order to warn Kui Heng, he planned to beat Xu Feng'an to death in front of Kui Heng. Therefore, Wang Qingchuan came to the county magistrate's office alone and even removed his disguise. At this moment, Kui Heng was discussing with Xu Feng'an and Liu Litao which sects and aristocratic families' businesses to buy over first. Suddenly, he looked up outside. What a strong emotion of disgust. Who's here? Kui Heng was overjoyed. He put down the brush and ink in his hand and smiled. Sir Xu, County Governor Liu, there's a guest outside. Let's go and meet him. Kui Heng walked in front while Xu Feng'an and Liu Lidao followed on both sides. Kui Heng walked in front while Xu Feng'an and Liu Lidao followed on both sides. Lord, it's Wang Qingchuan. Xu Feng'an recognized the person at a glance and reminded him in a low voice, he's from the fourth branch of the Wang family in Langya. He's not weak. All right. Kui Heng nodded slightly and looked at Wang Qingchuan with a smile. What brings you to my residence? His gaze was very kind, as if he was looking at a wild treasure chest monster. Inner world. This was the second inner world cultivator he had encountered since he transmigrated. Every single inner world expert could provide him with a lot of emotional feedback. At this moment, Wang Qingchuan was continuously providing growth to the black light that symbolizes evil. In just a short while, it had already increased by an inch. This was a huge experience treasure chest. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. You're Kui Heng? Wang Qingchuan glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Xu Feng'an and sneered. Xu Feng'an, do you know what you're doing? What do you mean? Xu Feng'an stood up and smiled. I don't understand what you're talking about. As the top expert of the Yuhua Sword Pavilion, you actually helped this fellow harm the members of the sect's aristocratic family, Wang Qingchuan said in a high and mighty tone. You must want the Yuhua Sword Pavilion to fall into a hopeless situation. Heh, Sir Wang is joking. Xu Feng'an shook his head and said with a smile, I'm not a member of your Langya Wang clan, and you have no right to interfere with what I do. Moreover, the governor is as benevolent as the sky. It's also a blessing for the Yuhua Sword Pavilion that I'm willing to follow him. Heh. Wang Qingchuan didn't expect Xu Feng'an to answer him like this. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the other party was acting without any scruples. This should not be the state of mind that a top cultivator from a small faction should have when facing him. This made Wang Qingchuan couldn't help but become vigilant. He thought to himself, could it be that Xu Feng'an has some trump card that I don't know about, or does he have some other methods that he thinks he can rely on to defeat me? But even if he can defeat me completely, it's impossible for him to kill me. Whether it's him or the Yuhua Sword Pavilion, neither of them can withstand the anger of the Langya Wang clan. What is he relying on? Could it be? How is that possible? Wang Qingchuan suddenly turned to look at Kui Heng and said in surprise, what method did you use to make Xu Feng'an, a top-notch inner world expert, follow you willingly? At this moment, he had already realized that he was wrong. Xu Feng'an probably didn't stay by Kui Heng's side because he wanted to promote Kui Heng to the position of state overseer and obtain Fengzhou's immortal opportunity. This meant that Kui Heng had something that could make a top expert from a sect follow him willingly. Moreover, this reason was definitely very sufficient. It could even make this inner world expert not show any fear when facing a top family. He did not believe Xu Feng'an's nonsense about following him because of his benevolence. Could it be deity realm? At the thought of this, Wang Qingchuan's pupils suddenly constricted, and a great fear surged in his heart. He immediately jumped up and ran out of the Grand Governor's office without hesitation. Regardless of whether this guess was true or not, as long as there was this possibility, he would be in danger. Escape. He must escape immediately. As for his nephew, Wang Jinsheng, who was still at the entrance of the market, he could no longer care about him. What was most important at this point was to save his own life. Where are you running to? Xu Feng'an shouted and was about to use his movement technique to chase. There's no need. Kui Heng stopped him. At the same time, he opened his right hand and a strand of hair fell on its own. Then, he blew lightly. Hoo! As if a gust of wind had blown past, the strand of hair flew up into the air. Under Xu Feng'an and Liu Litao's incredulous gazes. In an instant, this strand of hair turned into a pitch-black rope. It was like a black light that tore through the sky and caught up to Wang Qingchuan in an instant, who was running away. What is this? Wang Qingchuan was horrified. He looked at the pitch-black rope that was rapidly flying towards him in disbelief. He frantically circulated the true qi in his body and even mobilized the power of heaven and earth to increase his speed in an attempt to escape the pursuit of the rope. But it was completely useless. The speed of this pitch-black rope was too fast. Before Wang Qingchuan could escape far, he suddenly felt his body tighten and he fell from the sky. He was tied up. His hands and feet were tightly bound by this pitch-black rope. Other than his neck and head, he could not move at all. Damn it, what is this? Wang Qingchuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The current situation was completely beyond his understanding. It was not a martial technique that he knew at all, but a strange method that he had never seen or heard of. However, when he saw that there was no one around and no one came to catch him, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky. There's still a chance. As long as I can break free from this rope, I can continue to escape. But then, Wang Qingchuan realized that he was actually flying in the air. No. He must have been tied up by this strange pitch-black rope and towed into the air. What exactly was this thing? It could actually carry people and fly. Wang Qingchuan was shocked to discover that he was flying higher and higher. Gradually, he even flew to a height where he could see the entire Lu County. This made him feel an unprecedented fear. At this height, even if one was at the peak of the inner world, one would still turn into meat paste if they fell. That is. At this moment, Wang Qingchuan's gaze suddenly froze. He saw the scene at the entrance of the market. He saw Wang Jinsheng rush up the platform confidently and used his martial technique to attack the Qi Condensation Realm guard. However, in the next moment, he saw the guard casually raise his hand and slap Wang Jinsheng down like he was swatting a mosquito. After flying for more than 100 meters and shattering through 5 walls, he barely stopped. Then, his head tilted to the side and he fainted. What is this? Wang Qingchuan was completely dumbfounded. The current outcome was completely different from what he had expected when he came to Lu County. No, it should be said that they were worlds apart. Why was this happening? Which step had gone wrong? Bang! With a muffled sound, Wang Qingchuan fell into the courtyard of the county governor's office. He was facing down and ate a mouthful of dirt. Sir Wang, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Kui Heng walked over with a smile. Looking at the pitch-black rope that was still glowing, he nodded slightly. I've succeeded in creating another spell. Not bad, not bad. Recently, his research direction was to use the laws contained in the power of the golden core to transform into simple runes to strengthen his body. Branding a dragon pattern on Huisha previously was just an experiment. After succeeding in his experiment last night, he tried to engrave the nomological runes on a strand of his hair, which gave the strand of hair extraordinary power. It was enough to bind all living beings below the golden core realm. It was a waste to use it to tie up Wang Qingchuan, who was only at the 6th level of qi refinement. However, this method that was too bizarre for a martial artist also caused Wang Qingchuan to feel enough fear to increase the height of the fear emotion light to 6 inches. It was not a bad harvest. Who exactly are you? Wang Qingchuan looked at Kui Heng in horror. The experience just now was too bizarre. Even a deity realm expert could not have such methods. Who do you think I am? Kui Heng was still smiling as he looked at Wang Qingchuan gently. If you want to kill or torture me, do as you please. Why do you have to tease me? Wang Qingchuan did not follow Kui Heng's words at all. He closed his eyes as if he was waiting for death. My lord, these people from the preeminent families are extremely stubborn. Liu Litao leaned over and said, they think highly of themselves. I'm afraid we won't be able to get anything out of them through ordinary questioning. Wang Qingchuan opened his eyes and sneered. I recognize you. You're the former governor of Lu County, Liu Litao. A tiger that fell to the plains is bullied by dogs. Even someone like you wants to humiliate me? My lord, this fellow is seeking death. Xu Feng'an could tell what Wang Qingchuan was planning. There was another characteristic of the preeminent families. Most of their members could die without hesitation for the interests of their families. Then let's fulfill his wish. Kui Heng suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the air. Crack! Wang Qingchuan's neck broke on the spot, and a large head flew into Kui Heng's hand. There was a sudden silence. Xu Feng'an and Liu Litao looked at Kui Heng in shock, then at Wang Qingchuan, who had already become a headless corpse. They could not help but feel that the world was ridiculous. An expert who had cultivated to the inner world realm and stood at the top of the world, a noble who came from the Wang clan of Langya, had his head removed just like that and his soul returned to the heavens. He died too easily, too casually. Was this the difference between mortals and immortals? My lord, I've caught Wang Jinsheng. Hui Shi's voice suddenly sounded from outside. Then, he walked over with Wang Jinsheng in one hand, as if he wanted to say something. But after seeing the scene in front of him, he swallowed the words that had reached his throat. He opened his mouth and did not know what to say. Damn it, when my uncle comes, I must. At this moment, Wang Jinsheng, who was originally unconscious, woke up in a daze and subconsciously cursed. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that his uncle had already become a headless corpse. His head was also held in Kui Heng's hand. He immediately screamed, ah! Then, he fainted again. Do you have anything to say? At this moment, Kui Heng suddenly spoke. He actually shook the head in his hand and asked with a smile, Sir Wang? Liu Litao and Xu Feng'an were stunned and even felt their scalps tingle. It was clearly noon with a scorching sun, but for some reason, they felt a cold wind behind them. What was he doing? He was talking to a decapitated head. Hui Shi's expression was strange. The scene in front of him gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At this moment, he also noticed that neither the head nor the headless corpse was bleeding. Why, am I not dead? Wang Qingchuan's head suddenly spoke. Looking at his headless corpse, his mind instantly collapsed. His voice trembled as he said, just what do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? Wang Qingchuan's head suddenly spoke, immediately making Liu Litao and Xu Feng'an feel like they had seen a ghost. They subconsciously took a step back. Wang Qingchuan's head suddenly spoke, immediately making Liu Litao and Xu Feng'an feel like they had seen a ghost. They subconsciously took a step back. Even the experienced Hui Shi felt that this was too ridiculous. After all, the last time Kui Heng took off his own head and did not die. Now, he could actually take off someone else's head and still let them live. This was too unbelievable. It was no wonder that even Wang Qingchuan, who was a top inner world expert, could not hold on and broke down on the spot. Who wouldn't collapse in this situation? You should have done this earlier. Kui Heng chuckled. Then, he casually threw the head back to the headless corpse's neck. In the blink of an eye, Wang Qingchuan returned to his original state and was still alive. However, the current Wang Qingchuan was no longer as high-spirited as before. His eyes were incomparably empty, like a zombie that had lost its soul. Hui Shi, bring him and Wang Jinsheng away. Kui Heng waved his hand and said, his martial cultivation is already crippled, so don't worry about him escaping. After the public trial outside ends, I'll get Chen Tong to interrogate him. Yes, my lord. Hui Shi hurriedly grabbed Wang Qingchuan and bade farewell. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. After leaving the county office, Hui Shi looked at Wang Qingchuan's neck curiously and realized that there were no injuries. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, What a miracle! Inside the county office, Kui Heng saw that Xu Feng'an and Liu Litao's expressions were not right, so he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Were you guys frightened just now?" Actually, he was asking the obvious. He had just collected the green light that symbolizes fear from the two of them. Immortal Venerable's methods are indeed extraordinary. Xu Feng'an only managed to say this after a long time. The experience just now had already overturned his understanding of nearly 100 years of life. It's indeed a little shocking. Liu Litao had a shocked expression. It's really unbelievable that someone can be beheaded and not die. The divine power of Immortal Venerable is really unbelievable. It's just a small trick, Kui Heng said casually before turning around and returning to the inner hall. If not for the fact that I wanted to pry something out of Wang Qingchuan, there's no need to do this. Since he's bent on death, I might as well let him die once. He was not exaggerating. Although this method of beheading and not dying looked terrifying, the principle was very simple. It was much simpler than blowing a strand of hair into a rope. From Kui Heng's perspective, the reason why people died after their heads were severed was because the connection between their bodies and the core of their souls had been cut off, and their blood, qi, and vitality had also lost their circulation path. As long as he used his dharmic powers to maintain the connection between the head and body and ensure the circulation of his blood, he would naturally be able to prevent the person from dying even if the head was severed. It was very simple. In the death row dungeon of Lu County City, after a public hearing, Sun Pancha was thrown back in, exhausted. His eyes were turbid and his breathing was weak. He felt like he was about to die. As the external affairs deacon of the Taichung sect, Sun Pancha had been living in Lu County for a long time. He usually acted like a tyrant, so he naturally could not avoid bullying the commoners. Hence, on the high platform of the public trial, countless commoners rushed at him and complained. One after another, there was almost no break. Being slapped, kicked in the face, stepped on the crotch. The time on the high platform of the public trial was definitely the most difficult time of his life. What was even more terrifying was that this was not the end. It would continue every day in the future. I should just die. Sun Pancha looked at the wall and had the urge to smash himself against the wall and die. But he quickly shook his head. No, I can't die. Wang Jinsheng will definitely come to save me. Even if he doesn't want to, my father will definitely find someone to save me. Because Wang Jinsheng had disguised himself previously, he did not know that the person who was sent flying by Hui Shi as soon as he rushed onto the platform was Wang Jinsheng. However, he soon found out. Bang! A figure was thrown in and landed on Sun Pancha, who was still fantasizing about being saved. Wang Jinsheng? Sun Pancha immediately cried out in surprise. His eyes widened as he looked at this person in disbelief. The disguise on Wang Jinsheng's face had been removed. Coupled with his clothes, he recognized him as the person who had rushed up the platform earlier. But before he could figure out what was going on, another person was thrown in. When Sun Pancha saw this person, he subconsciously trembled and almost fainted. He muttered, Wang Qingchuan, it's actually Wang Qingchuan, even he was captured. That's right, how could I have forgotten? There's a monster here that can kill thousands of armored elite soldiers head-on. What's a mere top-notch expert? It's over, I'm finished. The reason why Kui Heng kept Wang Jinsheng, Wang Qingchuan, Sun Pancha, and the others alive was very simple. In addition to the public trial, he also needed these people to copy martial technique manuals for him to provide reference materials and inspiration for his spells research. This was especially true for Wang Qingchuan, who was a top inner world expert. Not only could he obtain a large amount of martial techniques from him, but he could also obtain a lot of secret information. He was simply a huge treasure chest. It would be a waste to kill him directly. Kui Heng left Chen Tong in charge of the interrogation. This captain, who had only wanted to eat and wait for death, seemed to have regained his enthusiasm recently. He was very engrossed in all kinds of things and completed them very well. After a few days, he'd successfully obtained a lot of information from these people. Even Kui Heng admired him a little. At the same time, Liu Litao and Xu Feng'an had already come up with a plan to enact the decree. the Tan family of Sanhong County, the Bai family of Bai Family County, and the Great Spear sect of Yingshan County. Kui Heng looked at the names on the list and frowned. Why are the first batch to be moved just some small families and sects? It was indeed very small. Basically, they could only be considered some local families or small sects that had just transferred from the gangs. My lord, it'll be smoother if we start from the small forces and take things slowly, Liu Litao explained. If we directly touch the large families and the large sects, we might attract a huge counterattack. Xu Feng'an smiled bitterly. In the face of such a counterattack, the county government doesn't have anyone suitable to send out to implement this decree. No one? Kui Heng asked back with a smile. I think Wuxia is very good. Xu Feng'an was speechless. That was indeed the case. No matter where, as long as Wuxia went, no one would object to the implementation of the government decree. Then it's settled. Kui Heng glanced at the list and said with a smile, let's start from the biggest. Let the Taichung sect of Taichung County be the first. After the public trial ends, let Wuxia go over and implement this decree. At the same time, print it throughout the county. Let everyone know what I, Kui Heng, want to do. Yes, my lord. They spoke in unison. At this moment, Xu Feng'an and Liu Litao already understood. Kui Heng was not lying when he said, may all the sects and aristocratic families in the world hate me. Taichung County. Sun Liansheng was already prepared to welcome his son back. After all, in his opinion, it would definitely be easy for a top expert like Wang Qingchuan to save Sun Pancha without any obstruction. However, after waiting for a few days, he did not even see Sun Pancha. That gave him a bad feeling. In the end, Sun Liansheng could not hold it in anymore and sent someone to Lu County to ask around. However, he received news that Wang Qingchuan and Wang Jinsheng had been captured. Although he could not understand why this was the outcome, he still decisively headed to Lu County himself. He planned to inform the Wang family of this matter. Bazhu was located in the southwest of Great Jin. The terrain here was special. Only the central region was a plain. The borders were surrounded by mountains which rose and fell, separating the inside and outside. It could be said to be a paradise. Among the mountain range, there was a tall mountain hidden in the clouds. 100 years ago. That tall mountain was once the most precipitous and magnificent mountain in the mountain range of Bazhu. However, on a certain day 100 years ago, accompanied by various streams of light that filled the sky, the tall mountain disappeared overnight. No one ever saw the mountain within the mountain range anymore. That mountain was Tsangcheng Mountain, the gate of the former number 1 sect in the world, the Immortal Dawn sect. Ever since the Immortal Dawn sect announced the sealing of the mountain 100 years ago, Tsangcheng Mountain had also disappeared from the eyes of the world. Only the villagers living in the mountain range would occasionally see the illusion of an immortal mountain appearing in the clouds. Rumor had it that it was Mount Tsangcheng. Every time the phantom of Tsangcheng Mountain appeared from the clouds, it meant that the disciples of the Immortal Dawn sect had quietly entered the world. At this moment, above the sea of clouds in Tsangcheng Mountain, a beautiful woman in her 30s wearing a green daoist robe stood among the sea of clouds and was advising the young woman in front of her earnestly. The beautiful woman said earnestly, Ying Ying, you have to be careful when you go down the mountain this time. You can't be too greedy. Your grandmaster said that the delicacies at the foot of the mountain are akin to tempting demons. If you're not careful, you'll be mesmerized. The young woman called Ying Ying was wearing a moon-white daoist robe and a white jade crown. She looked to be about 20 years old. Her facial features were gentle, her nose was high, and her features were picturesque. Her appearance was very exquisite, and she even had an otherworldly temperament, as if she was a fairy from the heavens. Aya, I know. Master, you've been nagging at me for many years. Ying Ying didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she nodded and said, I'll definitely remember. I'll definitely take note of what I eat every day. I'll write it down in my notebook and show it to you when I come back. How about it? Good, very good. The beautiful woman nodded when she heard this. She gently stroked her black hair and smiled. Ying Ying is really becoming more and more obedient. Master will wait for you to come back. Don't be like last time and be a few days late. All right, master, don't worry. I'm really just going back to see Big Brother this time. I'll be back soon. Ying bowed to the beautiful woman. Then I'll be leaving. Go, go. The beautiful woman nodded slightly, but she couldn't help but remind her, Ying, don't be bewitched by the delicacies at the foot of the mountain. However, at this moment, the young woman called Ying had already descended from the clouds. She had flown into the human world. In the inner hall of the county office. In the inner hall of the county office. Chen Tong held 3 books in his hand and handed them to Kui Heng respectfully. My lord, I interrogated Sun Pancha and Wang Qingchuan and obtained these. All right. Kui Heng nodded slightly. He took the books and flipped through them slightly. He smiled and said, not bad. Do you have anything you want? I would like to take a few days off to return to my hometown. Chen Tong bowed and said somewhat embarrassedly, I have a younger sister who is away all year round and will be returning to our hometown to visit our relatives soon. I want to take some time to cook her something delicious. Oh! Kui Heng immediately laughed when he heard that. He nodded and said, I didn't expect Captain Chen to have such a side. All right, I'll allow you 10 days of leave. Is that enough? Your salary will be as usual. I won't deduct any. Thank you, my lord. Chen Tong bowed and thanked him before saying, actually, I don't need 10 days. Recently, my lord has implemented a new decree. Logically speaking, I shouldn't leave for too long. 7 days will do. If it really didn't work out, he could bring his sister to work. After all, she was already in her 20s. She should be able to take care of herself. That was what he thought. All right, as you wish. Kui Heng nodded. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. He had a good impression of Chen Tong now. He was even considering if he should keep Chen Tong as a captain. Originally, Kui Heng saw that Chen Tong was idling around all day and did not have the enthusiasm to work. He planned to hand the position of captain to Hui Shi. It seemed unnecessary now. Moreover, Hui Shi was clearly more suitable to be a sharp knife in his hands to advance specific matters. He was not suitable to participate in management. Chen Tong left happily. Kui Heng also opened one of the books and flipped through it carefully. These 3 books were the Secret Martial Techniques Manuals of the Taichung Sect, the Secret Martial Techniques Manuals of the Wang Clan of Langya, and the information Wang Qingchuan knew about the 100-year immortal opportunity. Now, Kui Heng was reading a book about the 100-year immortal opportunity. Although Wang Qingchuan was only the person in charge of the 4th branch of the Wang family in Langya, he was still a top-notch cultivator of the inner world realm. He was qualified to participate in the distribution of immortal opportunity and knew a lot of information. First of all, this immortal opportunity was indeed brought about by the human immortals of the upper world. As for the specifics of the opportunities, he could not be sure because it would change according to the thoughts of the human immortals in the upper world. It could be a divine technique, a divine weapon, a divine medicine, an immortal herb, or a divine pill that could extend one's lifespan, so on and so forth. In short, they were basically treasures that did not exist in the human world. This was especially true for the top inner world realm experts. This might be their only chance to break through to the deity realm in their lifetime. Whenever the 100-year period arrived, the chief official of a state could bring at least 3 top-notch experts to hold a sacrificial ceremony. They would then kneel to welcome the human immortals of the upper world. As for whether or not they would be bestowed with immortal opportunities and what immortal opportunities they would be bestowed with, it all depended on the performance of the state overseers and the top-notch experts. Moreover, perhaps due to tradition or some restrictions of the human immortals in the upper world, the immortal opportunities could only be handed over to the state overseers for distribution. Therefore, in this process, the position of the state overseer was indispensable. However, it did not matter who the person in the position of state overseer was. Therefore, every 100 years, any state overseer who did not have any background would basically die in an accident. This was the case with Cao Quan. Previously, Cao Quan had roped in a newcomer top-notch expert like Xu Feng'an to use his power to protect his life. Unfortunately, he did not succeed in the end and still lost his life. This was why there was the current situation of the county governors fighting for the position of state overseer. It was actually because of the once-in-a-century immortal opportunity. Wang Qingchuan had come to Fengju for the same reason. The Wang family of Langya occupied Luzhu. The distribution of immortal opportunities in the entire Luzhu was basically out of his reach. Most of them would definitely be obtained by the Wang family. Thus, there was actually no need for them to covet the immortal opportunities of other states. However, the Wang family's internal distribution was different. As the head of the fourth branch, Wang Qingchuan could not get much at all. Naturally, he placed his attention on Fengju, which was suddenly empty. He wanted to use his power to support a governor to ascend the position of state overseer and use this favor to obtain a huge portion of the immortal opportunities in Fengju. He planned to break through to the deity realm and leave the main lineage to establish his own sect. However, it was not easy to push someone to the position of state overseer. At the very least, one had to obtain the support of a peak faction like the Dao sect's first Dao Palace, the head of the Buddhist sect's Baolin Buddhist Hall, or two of the distinguished families from the 7 distinguished families. Then, they had to be recommended by the current other state overseers of the Central Plains. Only after receiving the emperor's approval could the new state overseer take office. Of course, unless the imperial court's decree was approved by the important ministers from the 7 distinguished families, it would be almost impossible for it to leave the central continent. Furthermore, the election of the state overseer required the support of 2 families from the 7 distinguished families. Therefore, most of the recommendations would be omitted. At most, he would set up an altar and burn the recommendation letter in the direction of the central continent. It was precisely because of these reasons that Wang Qingchuan brought Wang Jinsheng along. Although Wang Jinsheng was not the direct descendant of the Wang family of Langya and was only the eldest son of the third branch's head, his mother was from the Xie family of Mount Ping, and his grandmother were from the Yi family of Jiangnan. His father was also indebted to Jiang Wanshan, the current head of secretariat of the Jiang family of Nanhe. He could contact 4 of the 7 distinguished families alone. In the process of electing a state overseer, he was extremely useful. This Wang Jinsheng actually has such an identity. Could this be the key information that Sun Pancha wanted to use as a bargaining chip? Kui Heng suddenly laughed when he saw this. In that case, this Wang Jinsheng can't be killed easily. Just holding this person would attract the hostility of 4 preeminent families and the hatred of several top-notch families. How much black light that symbolizes evil could he obtain? This was simply a top-grade monster luring machine. This was definitely an unexpected gain. Kui Heng had originally planned to directly kill Wang Jinsheng after the public trial. Fortunately, he did not. Otherwise, he would only gain the emotions light for fear or anger. Then, Kui Heng flipped through the other 2 martial techniques manuals and focused on what Wang Qingchuan had copied. This was the martial arts inheritance of the Langya Wang clan. Perhaps he could glean some information about the deity realm from it. So far, he had never seen a true deity realm expert, nor had he seen any deity realm martial techniques. The deity realm was equivalent to the 7th to 9th levels of Qi refinement. It was just a guess he made based on the fact that inner world cultivators were only equivalent to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Why are the martial techniques Wang Qingchuan knows only limited to the inner world realm? Kui Heng was a little disappointed after roughly flipping through it. Could it be that even a large clan like the Langya Wang clan only passes the cultivation of the deity realm to the main branch of the direct line of descent? This was indeed extremely likely. In this martial arts world, the core reason why the direct descendants of the main lineage could maintain their status was none other than to widen the gap between them and the other branches in terms of resources and martial arts inheritance. After the new government decree is implemented in Lu County and I obtain a wave of disgust, if the Wang family of Langya, the Yi family of Jiangnan, and the Xie family of Pingshan don't find trouble with me, I'll go and borrow some secret manuals from them to take a look. Kui Heng made a decision. At the very least, before the so-called human immortal descended into the world, he had to figure out what realm the deity realm and human immortal realm were equivalent to. Only then could he estimate the level of the earth immortals and golden immortals. I wonder how Huisha is doing. He looked up in the direction of Taichung County and felt that he could already see a scene of heads rolling and rivers of blood flowing. Taichung County. Wuxia had been here for 3 days, but there was still no progress. Actually, on the first day he arrived, he had already found the county magistrate here and explained Kui Heng's intentions. He wanted the county magistrate here to follow the governor's decree and put up a notice to explain the contents of the decree to the people. The county magistrate promised that he would do as he was told. Wuxia did not take action directly. Instead, he waited quietly for news. But now that 3 days had passed, not to mention implementing the decree, there wasn't even a single notice. Zhao Huai, do you think that I'm too kind? Wuxia asked a middle-aged man beside him. This person was Zhao Gaodan's third uncle, Zhao Huai. He was also one of the soldiers who followed Kui Heng to Lu County City. Due to his good performance and diligence, he was transferred to Wuxia's side as a personal guard. Sir, you're indeed kind-hearted. Zhao Huai nodded and said, in the past 3 days, I've secretly visited many families and heard many things about the Taichung sect bullying the commoners. They've kidnapped women, raped young girls, bullied people in the fields, and so on. The Taichung sect has done all of them. Such a sect is completely the local tyrant of Taichung County. They should be killed directly. Haha, Zhao Huai, are you mocking me? Wuxia looked at Zhao Huai in surprise and said with a smile, I remember that you weren't like this before. In the past, when I was a refugee, I had to be a little timid in order to protect myself. I didn't dare to say too much. Zhao Huai had his own reasons. Now that I'm following you, sir, you asked me to speak frankly. You said that this was to remind you, so I naturally did as you said. Yes, that's right. You did the right thing, Wuxia said with a nod. Originally, I wanted to show off my ability other than killing people so that the governor would see that I didn't just know how to kill people. That's why I waited 3 days. From the looks of it, I was wrong. I, Wuxia, really only know how to kill. Let's go, follow me to the county magistrate's office. Let me see how tough that fellow's neck is. He actually dares to disobey me. In the inner hall of the Taichung County office, the county magistrate, Qian Fangkong, was a little uneasy. He said to Song Ming, who was beside him, do you think we'll anger the county governor by doing this? It's said that this new county governor has started a massacre in Lu County and raided many big merchants. Lu County City was more than 400 kilometers away from here, and information was not transmitted every day. Now, they had just received the news that Kui Heng had ordered a city raid in Lu County. They had not even heard about the public trial yet. County Lord, you're thinking too much. Song Ming smiled calmly. Think about who those big merchants have backing them. They're either from large sects or large families. Since ancient times, the people with real power in the world have always been them. Take our Taichung sect for example. You wanted to seek an audience with them to discuss the decree from the governor, but you couldn't even get through their main gate. That governor dared to risk the world's condemnation and openly offend these large sects and families. I'm afraid he won't live for long. Yes, that's right. Qian Fangkong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He nodded repeatedly and said, that's right. These large sects and clans are the true rulers of this world. Hehe, I wonder what that new county governor is thinking. He actually issued such a decree to forcefully purchase the businesses of the sects and families at 10% of the price. This is called eating arsenic. Song Ming sneered. They feel that they've lived too long. Bang. At this moment, the door to the inner hall of the county office was kicked open. Wuxia walked in with a bloody steel saber. His cold gaze swept across Qian Fangkong and Song Ming as he asked, who are you two talking about just now? Deputy Chen. Qian Fangkong collapsed to the ground. Deputy Chen. Qian Fangkong collapsed to the ground. You, how did you get in? Song Ming was also pale with fear. He looked at Wuxia in horror and looked outside. This was the inner hall of the county office. There were many constables guarding outside. Even if Wuxia wanted to enter, someone would definitely come over to report first. How could he have let him in so silently? What are you looking at? Wuxia shook the bloody steel blade in his hand and sneered. Are you curious about how I got in and why the constables outside didn't make a sound? Could it be? Song Ming looked at the steel saber in Wuxia's hand and trembled. You killed them? Do you know what the most perfect infiltration is? Wuxia did not attack immediately. Instead, he asked with interest. At the same time, he held his steel saber and slowly walked in front of Song Ming. He smiled and said, the governor once told me that as long as I kill everyone who sees me and make them unable to scream in time, it will be the perfect infiltration. I am the county deputy of Taichung County, an official of high rank. You can't kill me. The imperial court will blame you. Song Ming was completely frightened. He could only rely on these words to protect his life. Imperial court? Wuxia sneered and didn't say anything else. He raised his hand and slashed down. Song Ming's head immediately flew out, and dark red blood spewed like a pillar, splashing all over the county magistrate, Chen Fangkong. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Chen Fangkong knelt on the ground with his face covered in blood. He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Deputy Chen, I was wrong. I know my mistake. Please spare my life. Wuxia's surname was Chen. After leaving Lotus Flower Monastery, he no longer dressed as a monk and only called himself Chen Wuxia. Deputy Governor was an appointment given by Kui Heng. Great Jin originally did not have such an official position. It was basically a local official who carried out the governor's orders. There was no position like Wuxia, who was specially sent to carry out the governor's orders. Hence, Kui Heng made one based on the similar official positions he knew. As someone sent into the county by the governor, he could temporarily take over the military and political authority of a county and carry out the decrees. Initially, he wanted to appoint him as the governor-general or viceroy, but now that Wuxia was only implementing a counter-level decree, it was not appropriate. It would not be too late to change it later. Therefore, Chen Fangkong called him Deputy Governor Chen. Stand up. Wuxia placed the steel saber on Chen Fangkong's neck and said in a low voice, Are you going to implement the decree issued by the governor or not? Implement? I'll definitely implement it. Chen Fangkong nodded repeatedly. How would he dare to say no now? Song Ming's head was rolling by his feet, and his eyes were staring at him. Good. Wuxia nodded and sneered. I don't think your neck is as tough as my saber, right? Don't worry. I'll definitely implement it without any mistakes. Chen Fangkong nodded like a worm and even bowed with a kind of respect shown to governor generals. That's good. Wuxia put away his saber and turned around. He said to Zhao Huai, who was waking up the constables outside, Zhao Huai, let's go. Yes, Deputy Governor. Zhao Huai imitated Chen Fangkong and addressed him respectfully. You're a fast learner, Wuxia scolded with a smile, but he was in a good mood now and didn't care about this. He said with a smile, How is it? I only killed one person this time and resolved the matter. Yes. You only killed one. The improvement in Deputy Governor is already very great. Zhao Huai held back his laughter. I'm not stupid, Wuxia said with a smile. I still have to rely on these constables to work in the future. Why should I kill them? After the two of them left, Chen Fangkong mustered his courage and walked out. Only then did he realize that the bailiffs outside were not dead at all. They were just knocked unconscious. However, he did not think that Wuxia was just scaring him. After all, Song Ming was really dead. Hence, that afternoon, the citizens of Taichung County saw the notice of the new decree. It could be seen that survival instinct was the #1 productive force. However, when the commoners saw this notice, although they were very happy, they did not believe it at all. The governor actually wanted to force the Taichung sect to sell all their businesses to the government, and they were only allowed to sell them for 10% of the market price. This immediately caused a large number of citizens to discuss fervently. The officials are trying to rob the businesses over forcefully. Aren't they afraid of the Taichung sect's revenge? Our county lord will definitely offend the Taichung sect by issuing such a decree. Taichung sect is filled with martial arts experts. Something big is probably going to happen. I heard that this was set up by the governor of Lu County City. This is a good thing for us. It's a good thing if it can really be done. In my opinion, someone is going to die. Sigh, does that Lord Governor really know what our small place is like? He actually dares to issue such a decree. The contents of this decree quickly spread throughout the county. Naturally, it quickly spread to the Taichung sect. Such a ridiculous matter quickly alarmed the vice-sect master of the Taichung sect, Gao Man. The sect master was still outside, and he was not in the sect. Gao Man immediately gathered the elders and said in a low voice, "This decree is clearly aimed at us. What do you think?" The punishment elder snorted. "Qian Fangkong doesn't have the guts. I heard that a deputy governor came from Lu County recently. It's probably him." This was the new county governor's idea. The medicine hall elder shook his head and said, "That's what he did in Lu County City. Our grain and salt merchants there have all been raided. Now, he's targeting our headquarters. Damn it." The cultivation imparting elder slapped the table and said in a low voice, "In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's go over and kill that dog county governor. I don't believe that the four of us, Xiantian experts, can't kill that dog official. Not good, not good." At this moment, a disciple guarding the mountain suddenly rushed into the hall and shouted, "Elders, someone wants to barge into the sect. He claims to be from Taichung County and wants to see the sect master." "Stop him." Elder Punisher shouted. "Do you think our Taichung sect is a place where people can come and go as they please?" But, the disciple guarding the mountain was about to explain when a figure suddenly flew over from behind and knocked him unconscious on the spot. Gao Man and the elders took a closer look and their pupils constricted. What knocked out the disciple guarding the mountain was actually a headless corpse. It was also wearing the clothes of a Taichung sect disciple. "How dare you!" The technique imparting elder stood up in anger and was about to rush out. But just as he took a step, a white light flew in from outside. The elder's neck was cut off on the spot, and his head rolled to the ground. His body took a few steps forward before falling to the ground. Bang! The white light hit the wall, but it was a steel saber that was stuck straight into the wall. The great hall of the Taichung sect was instantly silent. One could hear a pin drop. Wuxia slowly walked in. He looked around at everyone and said with a kind smile, "Don't panic. I'm just here to talk to you about something. Everyone, sit down and talk. Let's talk peacefully." 2. The political decree of Taichung County was implemented very smoothly. In just 10 days, Wuxia had completed the acquisition of the Taichung sect's assets and returned to Lu County to report. 1. In the inner hall of the governor's office. Kui Heng looked at Wuxia's report and couldn't help but size him up again. He chuckled and said, "Am I seeing things? You actually didn't wipe out the Taichung sect. My lord, I feel that if we kill the right person, we don't have to kill too many," Wuxia said respectfully. Then, he explained his various operations in Taichung County. "Good, you did very well." Kui Heng nodded and praised. This outcome was somewhat unexpected. Initially, he thought that sending Wuxia out to implement the governor's decree had its pros and cons. The good thing was that the decree could definitely be implemented quickly. The bad thing was that although the decree would be implemented, there would probably not be many local sects and families left. With the people gone, Kui Heng could no longer collect his emotion light of disgust. However, everything was difficult in the beginning. It was good to let Wuxia use ruthless methods to start. It can serve as a warning to others, and things would go much smoother in the future. Unexpectedly, Wuxia had killed less than 100 people this time. 1. This meant that the sects and families in Taichung County could still be used as generators for the discussed emotion light. It was definitely a pleasant surprise. Even though Kui Heng had yet to go to Taichung County to collect emotional feedback, he felt happy and comfortable just by reading this report. He completed the implementation of the decree in such a short period of time without harming the local population. It was simply perfect. Wuxia was indeed suitable for such external matters. "It's my honor to serve you, my lord." Wuxia was very excited when he heard Kui Heng's praise and knelt down. In his heart, Kui Heng was not only a governor, but also a powerful immortal god with boundless dharmic powers. What an honor it was to be praised by an immortal god. My lord, there's something else I need to report, Wuxia said in a low voice. I've learned from the Taichung sect that their foreign affairs elder, Sun Lianxing, has left a few days ago and is headed to Yangzhou. He's probably going to the Langya Wang clan to report. Do you want me to go over and capture him? Going to the Langya Wang clan to report? Kui Heng was overjoyed when he heard that. He shook his head and said, "Don't worry about him. You can just go to the other counties to carry out the governor's decree as usual." He was originally worried that the Wang family of Langya did not know about this matter. Now that Sun Lianxing had taken the initiative to inform them, it had really helped him a lot. Wuxia immediately understood that Kui Heng had other plans for this. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes. Speaking of the Langya Wang clan, we have to mention Wang Jinsheng." Kui Heng stood up and chuckled. Chen Tong just returned from his leave 2 days ago and is studying how to let more people know that Wang Jinsheng is imprisoned here. It's interesting. Previously, I allowed him to take 10 days off to accompany his sister back to their hometown, but he insisted on only taking 7 days. Now, although he has returned from his leave, he even brought his sister along. Let's go. Follow me and see if he has come up with any solutions. In the inner hall of the county office. In the inner hall of the county office. Chen Tong sat at the table with a frown as he stared at the mound of information with a worried expression. A young girl who looked to be 18 or 19 years old was sitting on a chair not far away, her 2 calves dangling in the air impatiently. She was playing with a sheathed long sword. The scabbard was made of purple wood. It was rather exquisite but not too eye-catching. The hilt of this sword was carved with the shape of clouds. The material was neither gold nor jade, but it was suffused with a faint purple light, making it obvious that this sword was extraordinary. "Brother, is the mission that the governor gave you so important?" Chen Ying placed her sword on the table beside her and cupped her face with her hands. She muttered softly, "You don't even talk to me after coming back to the governor court. Also, why are there so few people in your governor court?" At this moment, although Chen Tong was still an independent county captain, he no longer had any subordinates in the residence. Only the ordinary servants and constables were left. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. He was making his attitude clear, clearly acknowledging the county governor as his superior. This behavior made Chen Ying very curious. What was the governor like? He could actually make his brother so convinced. Although the last time she came back was 10 years ago when she was only in her teens, she still remembered Chen Tong's high-spirited attitude back then. Her brother did not care much about the county governor at that time. "Brother, tell me about it." Chen Ying jumped down from her chair and walked around Chen Tong. She giggled and said, "What kind of person is that governor? Is he very powerful?" "Lord Governor is a godlike figure," Chen Tong explained simply, but his gaze was still focused on the table. These were all kinds of information about Wang Jinsheng. They were very detailed, even about what he had done when he was young. He had interrogated Wang Jinsheng himself. The problem now was how to quickly spread the news that Wang Jinsheng was imprisoned in Lu County based on this information. It would be best if everyone knew. He had tried to tell this news to the foreign merchants who came and went, paying them to help spread the news, but he could clearly feel that the merchants were just patronizing him. Although Kui Heng had killed a large number of local merchants in Lu County City, the foreign merchants did not care much about it. They were only borrowing the convenience of the Hong River's water transportation passage to come here to buy and sell goods. They would not stay long, so they were not affected much. Perfunctory. Chen Ying pouted. She was a little dissatisfied with Chen Tong's attitude, but she was not someone who liked to throw a tantrum. She quietly came to the table and looked at the information on it. She said in surprise, "It's someone from the Wang clan of Langya." "You also know about the Wang clan of Langya?" Chen Tong looked up at his sister and asked curiously, "Didn't your Immortal Dawn sect seal off the mountain 100 years ago?" "Brother, are you stupid? It's not like the Wang clan of Langya has only appeared in the past 100 years. Chen Ying couldn't help but roll her eyes and say, besides, although we've sealed the mountain, there are often disciples who come down to investigate the matters of the world. Before returning to the county city, the two of them had already spent 7 days together. They were no longer as distant as when they first met, and they spoke very casually. They were like siblings who had been together for many years. Aya, I've been thinking about something else and got a little confused. Chen Tong patted his head. He had embarrassed himself in front of his sister. PH, since you're usually good at cooking, I'll forgive you. Chen Ying crossed her arms with a smile, as if she was very magnanimous. She asked again, I heard you muttering to yourself these past 2 days. Do you want to spread the news that Wang Jinsheng is locked up here? Yes, the governor has ordered me to find a way to spread the news that Wang Jinsheng is being held in Lu County. Chen Tong nodded and said, it's best if everyone knows. Ah! Chen Ying was a little surprised when she heard that. She asked curiously, you want everyone to know about it, not just the people from the Wang clan of Langya? That's not compulsory. Chen Tong shook his head. That's too simple. Chen Ying clapped her hands and smiled. Brother, if I think of a way for you, tell me what kind of person the governor is, okay? You really have a way. Chen Tong looked at his sister suspiciously. In his impression, this girl only knew how to eat, drink, shop, and play. She looked strong and vigorous, but she didn't look very smart. It had to be said that in the eyes of an elder brother, no matter how beautiful his younger sister was, she was still at the level of a flower. In the eyes of others, Chen Ying's appearance could already be considered a national beauty. However, in Chen Tong's eyes, she was not as delicate and pretty as the girl next door. Promise me first. Chen Ying looked smug and said with a smile. You go first. Chen Tong did not fall for his sister's tricks. Heh, you only know how to bully me. I only come back once in a while. Chen Ying stomped her feet in dissatisfaction, but she still pretended to be helpless and said, Sai Tilda all right. Master said that one should do more good deeds and help others. I'll do good things for once. Brother, let me ask you, since ancient times, what's the easiest to spread and what's the easiest to be known? Government decrees. Chen Tong pondered. TSK, why would ordinary people care about these things? You definitely haven't walked around the streets before. Chen Ying said disdainfully, it's the legendary stories told by the storytellers. I've already toured the entire Lu County in the past 2 days. There's a tea house in the south of the city. The storyteller inside is very popular among the people. There's also one in the west of the city. As long as they start speaking, the tea house will definitely be filled with people. Also, the merchants who come from outside also like to buy some storybooks from the book club to take away to relieve their boredom on the way home. You mean to make the news of Wang Jinsheng being locked up here into a legendary story and let the storytellers tell it, printing it into books and distributing it to passing merchants? Chen Tong suddenly understood. Otherwise, Chen Ying smiled and said, many people like to recommend things they like and stories they like to others. What other way can be faster than for the people to spread it spontaneously? This really seems feasible. Chen Tong couldn't help but nod after thinking about it. He looked at Chen Ying in surprise. How did you think of this? You were so stupid when you were young. Fat. Who are you calling stupid? Chen Ying was very dissatisfied. She had grown up on the mountain since she was young and rarely interacted with people from the mortal world. The people in the mountain were all older than her, so she still had a childish temperament. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, the sound of clapping could be heard from outside. It was Kui Heng walking over with Hui Shi. Greetings, my lord. Chen Tong hurriedly stood up and bowed. Lord. Chen Ying was stunned for a moment before she bowed respectfully to Kui Heng. Greetings, lord. Although she did not know who Kui Heng was, the only person in Lu County who could make Chen Tong address him respectfully was the governor. This governor was someone extremely important to Chen Tong, so as his sister, she had to perform well. She could not leave a bad impression on her brother's superior. Although the two of them often quarreled these days, they were still very good at taking care of each other in front of outsiders. There's no need to be so polite. Kui Heng waved his hand. His gaze landed on Chen Ying, but did not leave. My lord, Chen Tong panicked. Lord, you've been looking at me for a long time. Chen Ying smiled and touched her cheek. Are there rice beads on my face? She was trying to lighten the mood. In reality, her cultivation realm was already equivalent to the peak of the inner world realm. How could she not notice if there was rice on her face? You're a disciple of the Immortal Dawn sect? Kui Heng suddenly asked. Ah! Chen Ying was stunned when she heard that. She blinked her bright eyes and put on a blank expression. Lord, what is the Immortal Dawn sect? The disciples of the Immortal Dawn sect had to hide their identities and keep a low profile when they left the mountain. They could not act in the name of a disciple of the Immortal Dawn sect. Outside Tsangcheng Mountain, only Chen Tong should know that she was a disciple of the Immortal Dawn sect. She did not think that her brother would reveal this information. Chen Tong, who was standing at the side, could not help but look at Kui Heng in shock. He hurriedly lowered his head. He wanted to explain to Chen Ying, but at this moment, explaining was undoubtedly admitting it. Clang! At this moment, the sound of a sword suddenly sounded in the void. It was like a crane soaring into the sky, piercing through the minds of the three people present. At the same time, green sword lights appeared out of thin air and danced around Kui Heng. Layers of colorful clouds spread out with the sword lights, quickly filling the entire inner hall with colorful lights. Immortal Dawn sword art? Chen Ying could not help but exclaim. She looked at Kui Heng in disbelief and was extremely shocked. How do you know my sect's secret technique? And she wasn't sure if she should say the rest. Because she even suspected that she was hallucinating just now. What Kui Heng had displayed just now was the highest achievement of the Immortal Dawn sword art, sword light flying clouds. To her, this was already a legendary realm. Only the current sect master and a few elders could reach this level. Why was it seen in the hands of an outsider? It was even a man. The Immortal Dawn sect never accepted male disciples. At most, someone had wandered down the mountain and coincidentally taught some men martial arts. However, those people could not even be considered as in-name disciples, let alone be capable of imparting the sect's ultimate techniques. I have some connections with your ancestral master. Kui Heng's eyes were deep as he sighed softly. Looking at Chen Ying in front of him, his gaze seemed to have crossed 200 years and he saw the little girl practicing her swordplay in front of him again. With my ancestral master? Chen Ying was a little stunned and felt that her thoughts could not keep up. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the purple sword that Chen Ying had placed on the table suddenly trembled and even floated up on its own. It seemed to be responding to some call. Kui Heng turned his head and looked over. Then, he looked at Chen Ying. Is this the sword your ancestor forged? Chen Ying subconsciously nodded and said, yes, yes. A faint smile appeared on Kui Heng's face when he heard this. He asked gently, can I take a look? No. Chen Ying refused without hesitation. No. Chen Ying refused without hesitation. This purple cloud immortal sword was one of the 5 immortal swords left behind by the ancestor of the Immortal Dawn sect. It was extremely powerful. Even in the hands of a Xiantian Grandmaster, one could kill deity realm experts at will. It could be said to be the ultimate treasure of the Immortal Dawn sect. If it wasn't for the fact that the immortal sword had a spirit that would choose its own master, it wouldn't be Chen Ying, a 4th-generation legacy disciple's turn, to hold such a precious treasure. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to hand the purple cloud sword to someone else. Even if for some reason this person had attained the highest achievement in the Immortal Dawn sword art, it was still impossible. Even if it was just to look at it. My lord, please forgive my sister's rudeness. Chen Tong hurriedly bowed and apologized to Kui Heng. At the same time, he reminded Chen Ying in a low voice, you can't be disrespectful to Lord Governor. Brother, it's not that I'm being rude. Chen Ying held the purple cloud sword in her hand and took a deep breath. She bowed to Kui Heng and said, Lord, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that this sword is too important and can't be handed over to others. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. I understand. Kui Heng nodded lightly without getting angry. He smiled and said, I think this sword has a spiritual consciousness. If it takes the initiative and wants to come to me, it should be fine, right? Ah! Chen Ying was at a loss again. Why don't you let it be unsheathed? Kui Heng guided patiently. Chen Ying was silent. After thinking for a moment, she said, just a little then. As she spoke, she gently pulled the purple cloud sword out of the scabbard. Clang! Just by unsheathing the sword a little, a sword cry sounded. At the same time, a sharp and invisible sword chi spread out, dyeing the surrounding void with a purple glow, causing all the weapons stored in the county captain's residence to tremble. It was as if they were facing over one side to worship. It's indeed an immortal sword. Chen Tong could not help but exclaim. This was also the first time he had seen Chen Ying unsheath the purple cloud sword. Is this okay? Chen Ying asked as she tried to put the purple cloud sword back into the scabbard. However, she was suddenly stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened as she said in shock, how is this possible? She realized that the purple cloud sword, which was usually obedient to her like her own arm, was actually resisting being sheathed. Moreover, it was very eager to leave the scabbard and fly in a certain direction. This was where Kui Heng was standing. Clang! In the end, Chen Ying could not suppress the purple cloud sword. She could only let it fly out of the scabbard and transform into a purple sword light that landed in Kui Heng's palm. You can't. She was shocked and wanted to rush over and snatch the immortal sword back. But the moment the purple cloud sword fell into Kui Heng's hands, the purple clouds on the sword hilt suddenly came to life, scattering mysterious and noble purple light that wrapped around Kui Heng's body. This is... Chen Ying instantly stopped moving and stared at the changes in Kui Heng's hand. Her slender eyebrows furrowed, and her beautiful face quickly revealed an extremely shocked expression. She muttered, Immortal sword phenomenon. Immortal sword phenomenon? Rumble. At this moment, thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky. Hui Shur, who was still standing outside, could not help but look up. The originally blue sky had changed. A purple cloud suddenly floated over from the east. He took a closer look and realized that there was still endless purple chi behind this mass of purple clouds. Dense clouds filled the sky, stretching seemingly endlessly. Purple chi from the east. Huisha could not help but exclaim. At this moment, his eyes were filled with shock. He hurriedly turned to look in the direction of the inner hall and saw Kui Heng holding an immortal sword, his entire body enveloped in purple light. Chen Tong also noticed the abnormality outside and immediately rushed out. He raised his head to look at the sky, and purple chi from the east entered his eyes, revealing mystery and nobility. At the same time, everyone in Lu County saw the phenomenon that suddenly appeared in the sky. Whether it was the local commoners, the people who followed Kui Heng from Juhe County, or the merchants who were just here, all of them saw the boundless purple chi floating over from the eastern sky. For a moment, the entire Lu County was in an uproar. An auspicious sign. This is an auspicious sign. Purple chi from the east, the descent of a sage. Our Lu County has a sage. It's Lord Governor. It's definitely Lord Governor. Lord Governor established a new government policy to benefit the people, shocking the heavens, and the heavens sent down auspicious signs. That's right. It must be the governor. Only a great lord like the governor can make the heavens send down auspicious signs. Purple chi from the east, the descent of a sage. Lord Governor is indeed a saint sent by the heavens to save us commoners. Countless citizens cheered at the sky, all incomparably excited. Some even knelt down on the spot and kowtowed in the direction of the county governor's office. After the first person knelt, more and more people fell to their knees. In an extremely short period of time, almost everyone in Lu County knelt down. Like the most devout believers, they bowed in the direction of the county governor's office. In fact, in the past few days, the citizens of Lu County had been living in fear. Although the greedy merchants' businesses had been raided and the forces of the aristocratic families and sects had been eliminated, and the people's lives were much better, while they were extremely grateful to Kui Heng, they were very worried that Kui Heng's ruthless methods would attract revenge from the powerful forces in the world. But this sudden auspicious sign represented the recognition of the heavens for Kui Heng's actions in the eyes of the commoners, greatly increasing their confidence in him. Therefore, the gratitude they had been accumulating towards Kui Heng for the past few days finally had a chance and courage to erupt. Chapter 84 Purple Chi from the East, 9,999 meters, 2. Chapter 84 Purple Chi from the East, 9,999 meters, 2. At this moment, the praise for Kui Heng rose like a tsunami, reaching the 9 heavens. It was as if it had fused with the purple Chi from the east, as if even the heavens were praising him. Kui Heng, who was still in the captain's office, immediately sensed the changes outside. He could clearly sense countless red and white lights coming from all directions, instantly making the 2 lights around his golden core rise much higher. The red light that symbolizes joy increased by 1.5 inches, and the white light that symbolizes love increased by 2.5 inches. This meant that the red and white lights of the 7 emotions and 7 lights had broken through 1 foot in height, immediately making Kui Heng feel as if he had crossed a new threshold. However, he could only confirm what changes this had brought him after he carefully comprehended it. At this moment, although Kui Heng was overjoyed, he did not have the time to directly comprehend this change because he sensed a faint and blurry thought in the purple cloud sword. Jiang Chichi's will. This was a message she had imprinted in the sword. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. One could only sense it after activating the phenomenon of the purple cloud sword. Unfortunately, perhaps because it had been a long time, this wisp of information was already a little blurry. Big Brother Immortal. Be careful. Heavenly Void World. Kui Heng only sensed this bit of information. But even so, at this moment, he felt a sense of spatial dislocation, as if he had returned to the time from 200 years ago. Be careful, of the Heavenly Void World. Kui Heng pondered over this piece of information in his heart. The two might not be related, but there was no doubt that this Heavenly Void World should be extremely important. Is it related to the upper world here, the Immortal Dawn sect's sealed mountain, and Chichi's whereabouts? Thinking of this, he looked at Chen Ying, who was still immersed in shock, and asked, "Do you know about the Heavenly Void World?" Heaven, the Heavenly Void World? Chen Ying shook her head in confusion, as if she had just recovered and was still not fully awake. However, her eyes quickly regained their brightness as she nodded and said, "I've heard Master mention this before. It's said that it's an extremely dangerous place. The people inside are also extremely dangerous. If we find any clues related to the Heavenly Void World outside, we must return and report it to Master as soon as possible." Is it related to the Immortal Dawn sect sealing the mountain? Kui Heng frowned slightly. Master didn't mention it, and the sect is also very secretive about the reason for sealing the mountain back then. Chen Ying shook her head gently and rolled her bright eyes. However, I guess it's most likely related to this Heavenly Void World. Why? Kui Heng looked at Chen Ying in surprise. I guessed it after asking around. Chen Ying twirled with the hair on her forehead and said, "According to the records of my sect, the ancestral master disappeared 100 years ago, and the mountain was sealed from then on. It's said that the patriarch left a warning before she disappeared. She said that the Immortal Dawn sect should be kept aloof from worldly affairs and should focus on cultivating our bodies and minds. That's why they sealed the mountain. However, the investigation of the Heavenly Void World also started 100 years ago. How can there be no connection? Yes, it's a very reasonable guess." Kui Heng nodded slightly when he heard this and asked, "You just said that your ancestor, perfected Wuxia, is missing?" "Yes." Chen Ying nodded and said, "I asked Master about this. However, I've always felt that there's something strange about it." Back then, Patriarch's martial arts could already be said to be invincible in the world. How could such a person suddenly disappear? You think that this is also related to the Heavenly Void World? Kui Heng asked. It must be related, Chen Ying said with a look of certainty. Then, she said dejectedly, "It's a pity that I haven't been away from the mountain for too long. I haven't found any reliable clues for the time being. I haven't even found out what the Heavenly Void World is referring to. We'll figure it out eventually." Kui Heng seemed to be deep in thought before he suddenly smiled and said, "Why are you answering whatever I ask now? It wasn't like that just now. Because of the purple chi from the east, stretching 9,999 meters. Chen Ying pointed at the purple chi in the sky and said with an incomparably serious expression, "This is a message that the ancestral master specially left for us sword masters. The 5 immortal swords left behind by the ancestral master have spirits and will choose their own masters. The moment we become sword masters, the image of the immortal sword phenomenon will appear in our minds. At the same time, we were told that if we encounter someone who can trigger this phenomenon, we can trust that person unconditionally." Kui Heng fell silent. He could now roughly confirm that these 5 so-called immortal swords should be the information left behind by Jiang Chichi. 100 years ago, Jiang Chichi had probably encountered great trouble and had to choose to leave. Hence, she left behind 5 immortal swords as items that carried her message. The condition to activate the immortal sword phenomenon was for his dharmic powers to come into contact with Jiang Chichi's will imprinted in the purple cloud sword. Moreover, from the internal structure of the purple cloud sword, only by coming into contact with his dharmic powers would a phenomenon appear. If even the aura of the dharmic powers was different, it was unable to trigger the immortal sword phenomenon. This already involves the combination of dharmic powers and spiritual energy. It's at the mid-stage foundation establishment realm. Chichi already had such a cultivation level before she disappeared. Kui Heng was a little surprised. After all, when he created the immortal dawn sword art, he had just broken through to the mid-stage foundation establishment realm. Therefore, the highest realm of the immortal dawn sword art should only be equivalent to the early stage foundation establishment realm. However, he quickly rejected this guess. This was because this purple cloud sword contained Jiang Chichi's true chi. It was clearly only equivalent to the 9th level of chi refinement. She had yet to reach the foundation establishment realm. Did she figure out a method to fuse her spiritual energy with true chi at the 9th level of chi refinement? Kui Heng almost couldn't help but gasp. If that was really the case, she would be even better than himself fumbling his way to the mid-stage foundation establishment realm. What was a genius? This was what a genius was. My lord, my lord. Chen Ying's worried voice woke Kui Heng from his thoughts. Lord, why are you suddenly silent? I thought of something and was lost in thought. Kui Heng smiled. His heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Can you bring me to visit the Immortal Dawn sect?" He wanted to interact with the other 4 sword masters. "I'm afraid not." Chen Ying shook her head and said, "Lord, please forgive me. My sect has sealed up the mountain and is refusing all visitors. Moreover, as a sword master, I can't rashly expose your identity to the sect." "You can't rashly expose my identity?" Kui Heng was a little surprised. Then, he smiled and said, "Could it be that you were also told to do this when the immortal sword chose?" "You?" "Yes." Chen Ying nodded obediently. "All right, I understand." Kui Heng nodded slightly. He could roughly guess Jiang Chichi's intentions. It was very likely that she was worried that there was a spy in the Immortal Dawn sect. If she rashly exposed his identity, he would be harmed. If that's really the case, the trouble Chichi encountered 100 years ago must be extremely difficult to deal with, Kui Heng thought to himself. She actually felt that it might threaten me. Is it the heavenly void world? Back then, the level of martial strength he displayed in front of Jiang Chichi was not weak. His sword pierced through the clouds and even cut a 3,000 to 4,000 meters long gap in the ground. In this great Jin territory, as long as he slashed a few more times, it would be enough to destroy several cities and countries. However, Jiang Chichi was still worried that he would be harmed. However, since Chichi was able to prepare the message with ease before she left, it means that her life shouldn't be in any danger back then. Kui Heng thought to himself, in that case, I can put the Immortal Dawn sect aside for now and wait until I figure out the situation about the Heavenly Void World. Right now, investigating the Heavenly Void World was the most important thing. And the Heavenly Void World was also suspected to be the so-called Upper World. Moreover, the time when the Upper World descended once every 100 years happened to coincide with the Immortal Dawn sect sealing the mountain 100 years ago. If I want to understand the Upper World, I must either obtain the position of state overseer and participate in it myself, or, Kui Heng turned to look in the direction of Yangju. I'll have to ask the people from those top aristocratic families and sects. Chapter 85 The New Usage Methods of the Power of Seven Emotions. Chapter 85 The New Usage Methods of the Power of Seven Emotions. In the following conversation, Kui Heng learned a lot of information about the history of the Immortal Dawn sect from Chen Ying. Especially the accurate information about Jiang Chichi. For example, how many years ago she appeared in the pugilistic world, how many years ago she established the Immortal Dawn sect, and how many disciples she had taken in the beginning. These were all general knowledge of the Immortal Dawn sect disciples. As the fourth-generation legacy disciple, Chen Ying was naturally very clear about them. However, she did not know much about the heavenly void world and what had happened 100 years ago. Clearly, someone was deliberately hiding the relevant events. It was also possible that it was because Chen Ying was only a legacy disciple and her martial cultivation was only equivalent to the peak inner world realm. Although she was one of the 5 sword masters, it was difficult for her to understand deeper information. However, even so, Kui Heng still managed to clear up some clues. First, it was a guess about her martial Dao realm. Please keep reading on Wuxia world. EU. Jiang Chichi had already been revered as a land deity 100 years ago. She was invincible and powerful. No deity realm expert in the pugilistic world was her match. This was the strength of the Immortal Dawn sword art when it was cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refinement. This meant that at the 9th level of Qi refinement, one could completely crush deity realm experts. This was completely different from Kui Heng's previous guess that the deity realm was equivalent to the 7th to 9th levels of Qi refinement. The 9th level of Qi refinement was very likely a higher realm than the deity realm. It was equivalent to a human immortal or an earth immortal. Of course, it was also possible that there was a limitation in this world for the cultivation of the deity realm, and the cultivators here had not been cultivated to a higher level. But it still felt a little problematic. The main reason was that Kui Heng found it a little difficult to adjust his inherent understanding. If the 9th level of Qi refinement was equivalent to an earth immortal, didn't that mean that a heaven immortal was only equivalent to a foundation establishment cultivator? Then what was a golden core cultivator? A golden immortal? Wouldn't the nascent soul realm be? This was too ridiculous. On the other point, Kui Heng had also asked Chen Ying about the heavenly void world. For example, how the Immortal Dawn sect had investigated the heavenly void world in the past few years. Although Chen Ying did not know the exact information about the heavenly void world, she was very clear about many of the Immortal Dawn sect's investigations into the heavenly void world. She told Kui Heng everything she knew. After hearing this information, Kui Heng had a feeling that the Immortal Dawn sect might really not know much about the heavenly void world. Because according to Chen Ying's description, as long as there was the slightest trace, regardless of whether it was true or false, several deity realm experts would immediately be dispatched to investigate in secret. This seemed normal. The Immortal Dawn sect was established 182 years ago, and it had developed to its peak in an extremely short period of time. It rarely interacted with the major sects and aristocratic families in the world, so naturally, there were not many sources of information. After the human immortals of the upper world descended 100 years ago, the Immortal Dawn sect sealed off the mountain, and there were even fewer opportunities to understand the outside world. In short, their foundation was still too shallow. This made Kui Heng turn his gaze to the sects and aristocratic families with deep foundations. The Wang clan of Langya in Yangju. In the inner hall of the governor office. Are there any movements from the Wang family of Langya? Kui Heng asked Hui Shi, who had just returned to report on the progress of the decree. Yangju was closest to Taichung County, UWA. And now, Taichung County was basically Hui Shi's base camp for promoting political orders to the outside world. It was a good opportunity to inquire about the news and movements in Yangju. Replying to my lord, we haven't discovered any unusual movements from the Wang family yet. Hui Shi shook his head. In the past half a month, Wang Jinsheng's story should have spread throughout Yangju. Kui Heng nodded and smiled. That's right. Captain Chen's story is extremely good. It made the storyteller from Yangju feel as if he had obtained a treasure. Wuxia also laughed. If the Wang family of Langya hears this story, they will definitely be furious. He, they didn't even make a move. As expected of a preeminent family that has existed for thousands of years. Kui Heng sneered. My lord, do you want me to go over and lure the snake out? Wuxia took the initiative to ask. There's no need. Kui Heng shook his head and smiled. You can take your time. The Wang family of Langya must already know that Wang Jinsheng was imprisoned in Lu County. There was no doubt about that. After all, Sun Liansheng had already gone over to report half a month ago. The reason why Kui Heng still wanted to spread the legend of Wang Jinsheng being imprisoned in Lu County was to increase the hatred the Wang clan of Langya had for him. It would be best if he could use this opportunity to affect the other 3 distinguished families related to Wang Jinsheng. He would be able to harvest a large wave of disgust emotion light. However, Kui Heng had thought that since the Wang family of Langya was one of the 7 distinguished families, they would definitely care about their reputation. With the rumors of Wang Jinsheng being captured and imprisoned, they would definitely take some action. For example, sending people to assassinate and save people, etc. In that case, he could capture a few experts and collect some fear and anger emotion light from them. When the Wang family of Langya became exceedingly disgusted with him, he would personally go over to collect their emotions. At the same time, he could discuss the upper world and the immortal opportunities with them. But from the looks of it, this route was not feasible. The Wang family of Langya was indeed worthy of being a preeminent family that had almost been wiped out and had survived to develop again. Their endurance was indeed strong. Hence, he planned to make a trip to Langya City in Yangju so that he could clarify some of his doubts. However, before that, he had to instruct Wuxia on something. In the future, when you go to carry out government orders, bring this with you. Kui Heng suddenly took out a gem that flickered with 7 colors from his sleeve and handed it to Wuxia. Lord, this is... Wuxia took the thumb-sized gem in confusion. He felt that it was cold to the touch, but he could not see anything special about it. He did not understand what Kui Heng meant. Use it as a protective jade talisman. Kui Heng smiled. Thank you, my lord. Wuxia was instantly touched. He swore even more to shed his blood for Kui Heng in the future. Go! Kui Heng smiled and waved his hand. In fact, that 7-colored gem was his initial use of the power of the 7 emotions. Previously, when he activated the purple chi from the East phenomenon, the joy and love in the light of the 7 emotions exceeded a foot in height. This allowed him to have a new understanding of the power of the 7 emotions. After nearly half a month of research, Kui Heng discovered that he could use the power of the 7 emotions to condense a 7 emotions gem. Yen. As long as the 7 emotions gem was there, he could collect the 7 emotions of all living beings nearby. This was equivalent to a 7 emotions collector, which brought him great convenience. One had to know that before this, every time Wuxia implemented a government decree, Kui Heng had to personally make a trip to the local area to collect the emotions of disgust from the area. But this could not go on forever. There would be no need for that in the future. Kui Heng could collect them through the 7 emotions gem. Of course, the 7 emotions gem itself was indeed a protective talisman. It contained the powers of his golden core. Therefore, any attack below the grand completion golden core realm could not harm the carrier of the gem. Unfortunately, I don't have enough 7 emotions power yet. I can only condense 2 such gems, and each one can only cover about the size of 1 county. Kui Heng felt a little regretful but expectant. However, now that only 2 lights are more than a foot tall, they already have such an ability. When the height of all 7 lights in the future exceeds a foot or even higher, how magical will the effect be? Yangju was one of the easternmost prefectures of the Great Jin. Further east was the Endless Sea. Langya County was a large coastal county that was adjacent to the canal. Trade was extremely prosperous, and it could be said to be one of the richest counties in the Great Jin. Due to the existence of the Wang clan, this was not only one of the richest counties in the Great Jin. It was also one of the most powerful counties. The founder of the Great Jin, Wei Kuang, was the son-in-law of the Wang family of Langya. Since the founding of the country more than 200 years ago, there have been a total of 39 prime ministers, and the Wang family of Langya alone was behind 28 of them. It could be said to have power over the world. Now that the world was in chaos, the emperor's decree could not even leave the central continent. The Wang family of Langya had become the true uncrowned king, the true owner of the entire Yangzhou. Be it commoners, high-ranking officials, or top martial artists, none of them were worth mentioning in front of the Wang family of Langya. No one dared to say anything bad about the Wang family. But recently, there was actually a legendary story spreading in Yangzhou. It was about Wang Jinsheng, the eldest son of the Wang family's second wife. It told the story of how Wang Jinsheng spent the night at a brothel and owed a lot of money. In the end, he was arrested by the magistrate and imprisoned. Even though they knew that it was definitely fake, it was still an extremely exciting tale. Although Wang Jinsheng was not a direct descendant of the Wang family, his father was the former prime minister. His mother and grandmother also had extraordinary statuses and could definitely be considered as a distinguished young master. Such a noble young master actually slept at the brothel at night and owed money. There were even detailed descriptions in the story. It was a simply irresistible story. Even if this story was strictly prohibited from being spread in Langya, it was still difficult to completely censor it. This story alone was almost enough to cause the Wang family to lose all face. In a mansion of the Wang family, a group of people had been arguing about this matter for more than half a month. It continued today. In the Wang family's meeting hall, angry shouts sounded continuously. A book like that which has so humiliated our Wang family's reputation is actually being copied and spread right under our noses. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s gritted his teeth and said angrily. He was the third branch head of the Wang family, Wang Qingshan. If we don't save second brother's child out, there's no point in just banning the books and stories. On the other side sat a gentle and refined middle-aged man. He smiled and said, I suggest we go to Lu County City first and kill that arrogant county governor and bring the child back. This was the fifth branch head of the Wang family, Wang Qingmin. You've all been saying the same things here for half a month now, San. An angry shout came from a seat at the head of the hall. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a squarish face. He was Wang Qinghe, the head of the second branch. In other words, Wang Jinsheng's father, the former prime minister. Wang Qinghe swept his gaze across everyone and said in a low voice, There's no news of fourth brother until now. I'm afraid he's already been killed. It's fine if that county governor captured Shenge, but he deliberately spread such a story to provoke our Wang family. He's clearly trying to lure us over. This is undoubtedly a trap. There are less than 4 months left before the immortal gate opens. There can't be any mistakes. No one is allowed to go to Lu County. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. They understood these principles, but they still felt angry when they saw their reputation being ruined. Now that Wang Qinghe had made it clear that he wanted to put the bigger picture before the family, what else could they say? They could only curse that prefectural governor Lu in their hearts. Their disgust for him was so strong that it was almost materializing. And Kui Heng, who was being cursed by them. At this moment, he was standing in a corner of the hall, happily collecting their emotions of disgust while silently looking at everyone. Yet, no one could see him. Chapter 86 The Joy of Harvest. Chapter 86 The Joy of Harvest. How blissful was it to be surrounded by a lush field of chives ready for harvest. Kui Heng was currently experiencing such joy. The Wang family of Langya had a total of 1 direct line of descent and 13 core branches. At this moment, the 9 people discussing in the meeting hall were all branch heads. They were all top martial artists who had cultivated to the inner world realm. Now that these people were cursing the governor of Lu County in their hearts, Kui Heng, who was sitting here watching the monkey show, was overjoyed. The people in front of him were like stalks of tall and dense chives that were swaying in the wind, indicating that they were completely mature. The harvest season had arrived. Kui Heng naturally would not stand on ceremony. Taking advantage of these people's strong emotions, he started harvesting. The black light, which was originally only a little more than 3 inches long, quickly grew taller. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. +3 marks. +2 marks. +4 marks. Soon, the black light that symbolizes evil rose to 6.5 inches. It simply rose with the speed of a rocket. Kui Heng couldn't help but laugh. He really had to thank these people from the Langya Wang family. It was too pleasurable. Unfortunately, the amount of disgust he caused them now was not enough for them to give him more emotional feedback. He needed to give them more stimulation to continue collecting from them. Of course, that didn't mean that this was over. Following that, Kui Heng left the Wang family's meeting hall and strolled around the entire mansion for another day. At dusk, when the sun was setting, the black light around his golden core had increased to 7.5 inches. This is a treasure vault. Kui Heng licked his lips, a little unsatisfied. This wave of black light more than doubled in height and finally surpassed the yellow light that symbolizes desire. Speaking of which, the yellow light is only a little more than 5 inches now. Kui Heng looked at his golden core. He was happy but also a little worried. I have to think of a way to get some more of the yellow light. Unfortunately, this yellow light symbolizes the emotion of desire towards him. This was probably no easier than collecting disgust. It might even be harder. However, the most important thing now is to find someone to ask some questions. Kui Heng looked at a courtyard in the south. That was the residence of Wang Jinsheng's father, Wang Qinghe. Night fell, and stars dotted the sky. Langya County City was still brightly lit without a curfew. There were many pedestrians and it was very lively. Wang Qinghe walked through the bustling streets and swept his cold gaze across these mediocre people. In the end, he returned to his residence full of fatigue. "You're back." A beautiful middle-aged woman immediately welcomed him. She looked to be about 40 years old, but her figure was still graceful. There were no wrinkles on her face, and her skin was as smooth as fat. She was middle-aged and still had her charm. This was Wang Qinghe's wife, Madame Xie. She was Wang Jinsheng's biological mother. Yes. Wang Qinghe nodded and sat down in the room. He exhaled and closed his eyes to rest, not speaking to his wife. Madame Xie stood at the side and did not disturb him. She knew that he must be distraught at this moment and needed to rest, so she silently called for the maidservant to bring the food over. Moreover, there was a small stove under each dish to keep them warm. Then, she stood beside Wang Qinghe and waited. Even her breathing was soft, afraid that she would disturb him. After a while, Madame Xie saw Wang Qinghe open his eyes and she said gently, "The food is ready. Let's eat." "All right." Wang Qinghe nodded, feeling much more relieved. Today, he was angered by those idiots in the meeting hall. Fortunately, his wife had been especially virtuous recently. It was as if she had changed into a different person and could save him a lot of trouble. "I've cooked your favorite sweet and sour carp for you today. Try it." Madame Xie came to the dining table respectfully and placed a piece of fish into Wang Qinghe's bowl. "It smells good." Wang Qinghe nodded and smiled. Although he knew very well that his wife had something to say recently, he still enjoyed such treatment. However, just as he was about to taste it, he saw this piece of fish suddenly jump out of the bowl. It turned into a living carp and jumped around the dining table. Bang! Wang Qinghe raised his hand and flipped over the table of food. The anger in his heart instantly erupted. He looked around and shouted sternly, "Who's behind this?" "Wang Qing, what are you doing?" Madame Xie stood up. Anger flashed across her face, but she quickly restrained it and looked at Wang Qinghe in surprise. Wang Qinghe ignored her. He strode over with wide steps and pulled the table away, but he didn't see the carp from before, as if it was just an illusion. This made his expression turn extremely gloomy. He turned to look at Madame Xie beside him and asked in a low voice, "Did you see that piece of fish turn into a carp and jump on the table?" "What?" Madame Xie looked confused when she heard that, and then anger rose in her heart. "What are you talking about? How did the fish turn into a living carp?" Wang Qinghe said with a dark expression, "Then what did you see just now?" I only saw you overturn the table for no reason. Madame Xie finally couldn't help but sneer. Are you despising me? Unreasonable. Wang Qinghe was about to turn around and leave. Wang Qinghe, have you forgotten how you begged my father to help you sit in the position of Prime Minister? Madame Xie shouted, don't tell me you've forgotten about it. Shut up. Wang Qinghe seemed to have been triggered. He turned around and glared at Madame Xie before saying in a low voice, I'm only cooperating with father-in-law. What do you mean by begging him to help me sit on the Prime Minister's seat? Heh, you know very well whether it's cooperating or not. Madame Xie simply stopped pretending and pointed at Wang Qinghe's nose as she scolded, let me ask you, do you want to save Sheng'e or not? Do you want him to die in the dungeon of Lu County City? No wonder you've suddenly become virtuous these few days. It's indeed because of this. Wang Qinghe exploded on the spot. He was so angry that his beard was blowing. How many times have I told you that the Wang family can't act rashly now? We absolutely cannot. Good, good, good. Madame Xie was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She couldn't take it anymore and turned around to rush out. If you don't want to save your son, I'll go find my third brother. As his uncle, he should save his nephew. When she finished speaking, she had already disappeared. She had probably run to the official office of the Langya County Lord. Top aristocratic families usually did not take on the role of local officials. However, the people who were the local officials here must have come from families with an extremely good relationship with the local big clans. The county magistrate of Langya County was the third son of the Xie family. He came from the Pingshan Xie family. Wang Qinghe looked at the chaotic room and the open door. Letting out a long sigh and sitting down on a chair, he shook his head and muttered, a bunch of idiots, idiot. After the Wang family of Langya was established in the Great Jin, they quickly recovered their strength. They had long forgotten the pain of being almost wiped out. Many people no longer valued practical benefits. In any case, they were more concerned about face. Now, Wang Jinsheng was imprisoned in Lu County City. There were even stories spreading about how he spent the night at the brothel and was arrested for nothing. In the eyes of most of the people in the Wang family, this was an extremely serious matter of face-humiliating matter. They had to save Wang Jinsheng out, or else the Wang family would lose face. Wang Qinghe was a firm supporter of interests. In his opinion, Lu County's actions were too obvious. It was clearly a trap, waiting for the Wang family to take the bait. Perhaps some large factions were secretly plotting to weaken the Wang family. Now that the immortals of the upper world were about to descend and the immortal opportunity was about to arrive, it was the most critical moment. Moreover, the position of state overseer in Fengju had yet to be finalized. If the Wang family's strength was damaged at this time, they would definitely suffer a huge loss when the 100-year period came. They absolutely could not act rashly. However, most of the people in the Wang family, including his wife, did not think so. There were even many people who felt that the Wang family of Langya was already a top-notch aristocratic family. It did not matter if they obtained any immortal opportunities this time. Reputation was more important. If not for the fact that the eldest son of the main branch had handed over the family matters to Wang Qinghe before he left, and that he still had some of the prestige from when he was the prime minister, he would probably have been unable to suppress these voices long ago. This made him feel a deep sense of sorrow in his heart. Kui Heng, who was standing in the corner, was immediately overjoyed. He immediately collected another 5 marks of the grey light. After a while, Wang Qinghe finally calmed down slightly and planned to wash up before going to bed. But as soon as he stood up, he heard footsteps outside. Second master, a maidservant who was only 15 or 16 years old jogged over with a letter in her hand. Second master, the old madam has a letter for you. A letter from mother? Wang Qinghe's heart skipped a beat. His hands were actually trembling when he took the letter, but he still nodded and said, "All right, I understand." After the maidservant left, he slowly opened the letter. After reading the contents, he looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. He collapsed into a chair again. Wang Qinghe let out a long sigh. The content of the letter sent by the old madam was very simple. If he could not save Wang Jinsheng within 10 days, she would not acknowledge Wang Qinghe as her son. Wang Jinsheng was the old madam's favorite grandson. Therefore, in the past half a month or so, Wang Qinghe had actually been hiding it from her and had strictly ordered others not to tell the old madam about Wang Jinsheng's capture. But now, with the spread of that story, it could no longer be hidden. Save, save, save. Let me save them all. Who will save the Wang family then? Wang Qinghe held his head with both hands. He felt that even when he was the prime minister back then, it was not so difficult to handle the country's political affairs. Then, he sat for a while before his mood calmed down slightly. He simply got up and went to the basin, planning to wash up and sleep. Just as he lowered his head, Wang Qinghe saw his reflection in the basin. His face was haggard and tired. He no longer looked as high-spirited as before. Is it worth it for me to insist like this? Wang Qinghe stared at the water basin and looked at his own reflection. He asked self-deprecatingly, as if he was asking his own heart. What do you think? But at this moment, Wang Qinghe's reflection in the basin suddenly said with a smile, actually, you already have the answer in your heart. Wang Qinghe was stunned. Clang. He threw the basin straight out, spilling water all over the floor. But as long as there was water, there would be a reflection. Wang Qinghe looked down. The water on the ground still had its own reflection. Are you afraid of me? Wang Qinghe's reflection said with a smile. Chapter 87 There are so many paths in the world, why did you take this one? 1. Chapter 87 There are so many paths in the world, why did you take this one? 1. Wang Qinghe looked at the reflection on the ground and was silent for a moment. Instead, he calmed down and sneered, what exactly are you? Who's trying to play tricks? After all, he had once been a prime minister and was a top figure in the martial world who had cultivated to the inner world realm. He was also the current leader of the Wang family of Langya, so he naturally would not be easily frightened. It was just that he was a little excited to suddenly see something incomprehensible. Now that he had reacted, he began to calmly consider the current situation. As expected of the once powerful prime minister. You've calmed down so quickly. The reflection smiled and said with some admiration, but aren't you really afraid of becoming an underwater prisoner? Shouldn't you be the underwater prisoner? Wang Qinghe stared at the reflection and said in a low voice, although I don't know your identity or how you did what you did, since you're hiding like this, you definitely can't do anything to me. What's there to be afraid of? Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt dizzy. After his vision stopped shaking, Wang Qinghe's pupils suddenly constricted, and his face revealed an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? You, who are you? What are you trying to do? At this moment, he suddenly realized that he was unable to sense the heaven-earth origin qi in the outside world. Moreover, his entire body was frozen. Other than speaking, his body could not move at all. Please keep reading on Wuxia World. EU. This finally made him a little flustered. Now, who is the real underwater prisoner between us? The reflection said with a smile. Suddenly, he raised his foot, and Wang Qinghe realized that he could not help but raise his foot as well. Wang Qinghe immediately revealed a bewildered expression. He looked at the reflection in disbelief and said in horror, you really locked me in the water and made me a prisoner. Although he could not understand this method or even believe it, his personal experience at this moment told him that it was really possible that a reflection in the water had switched worlds with him. Otherwise, as a peak expert of the inner world realm, why would he suddenly be unable to sense the heaven-earth essence energy in the outside world? Even a deity realm expert could not deceive the senses of a top expert in the inner world realm. Moreover, this feeling of not being able to control his body and only being able to move with the reflection in the water was clearly turning him from the owner of the reflection to the reflection itself. Had he really been locked in the water as a reflection? What kind of great divine power was this? This is just a small warning to you. The reflection looked at Wang Qinghe with a mocking expression and sneered. Next, I'll ask and you'll answer. Since you have such great divine powers, why don't you just kill me? Even in this situation, Wang Qinghe did not yield. His gaze was still firm. The reflection was silent for a moment before nodding. "I'll fulfill your wish then." In the next moment, Wang Qinghe felt the world spin again and regained control of his body. He also felt the existence of the heaven-earth origin qi. He had returned. But then, he saw his body suddenly shatter into pieces. It was as if he had been cut apart by countless sharp blades. His arms, legs, hands, and feet were all cut off. Even the head on his neck rolled to the ground. An indescribable pain surged into Wang Qinghe's mind, but he quickly realized that he was still alive. He wasn't dead. There was actually such a method in this world. At this moment, Wang Qinghe still did not lose his mind. He stared at the reflection in the water and actually dared to sneer. "Is this all you've got?" If it were Wang Qingchuan, he would have already broken down and said whatever he wanted. "You're quite an extraordinary person." The reflection in the water looked at Wang Qinghe thoughtfully before falling silent. The images reflected on the water surface also returned to normal. Wang Qinghe immediately felt dazed and realized that he was still standing in front of the basin. His face was reflected in it, and everything was very normal. There was no reflection of him speaking, and his body was not torn apart. Hiss, hiss. Wang Qinghe gasped and suddenly washed his face with water more than 10 times. His eyes were filled with shock and he was already covered in cold sweat. What kind of mystical ability is this? Everything he had just experienced seemed like an illusion, but it felt so real. His memories of the incident were also incomparably deep. It didn't seem like it was fake at all. It was completely beyond his understanding, even beyond his imagination. If not for his firm will and iron heart, and his loyalty to the family's interests, he would have already collapsed when he saw his body being torn apart. After a full 2 hours, Wang Qinghe finally calmed down. He sat in the chair for a long time in silence. The experience just now made him deeply worried about the Wang family's future. Even after encountering such an incident, his own well-being was not at the top of his list of worries. It was the future of the Wang family of Langya. The person who attacked tonight had appeared without a sound, and completely blinded my senses. His cultivation is definitely above the inner world realm. Wang Qinghe focused his attention and thought to himself, "There's a faction in Lu County City that set up a trap to harm our Wang family. Now, such an expert has come knocking on our door. This time, it's just to scare me. Will there be a deity realm assassin coming next time, or to scare the others? Even if the others don't know much, they will definitely expose a lot of things." Chapter 88. There are so many paths in the world, why did you take this one? 2. Chapter 88. There are so many paths in the world, why did you take this one? 2. Damn it, as expected of the period at the end of the 100-year period. Some people can't sit still anymore. This is no longer something I can handle. I have to look for father. However, he did not move immediately. Instead, he first investigated the surroundings of the residence carefully before pouring out all the water in the room. Finally, he pretended to go to bed. Before dawn, when the sky was at its darkest, Wang Qinghe suddenly stood up and strode out of the door. With a leap, he left the courtyard and rushed out of Langya County City at an extremely fast speed. Kui Heng was following 3 feet behind him, but he did not sense anything at all. Wang Qinghe was obviously the kind of person who cared about his family. Kui Heng had seen through this when he was in the meeting hall. What else could a person who could abandon his son for the sake of the family's interests not do? Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. Therefore, Kui Heng had prepared 2 plans from the beginning. First, he used some small tricks to deceive Wang Qinghe's senses and created a reflection in the water, changing the way he perceived the world and let him feel the pain of his body tearing apart. If he could scare Wang Qinghe with this, everything would naturally go smoothly. If he couldn't scare this guy, he would use the second plan. For someone like Wang Qinghe who was dedicated to the family, when he encountered such a strange matter, he would definitely think about whether the family's interests would be harmed. But this was something he did not have the ability to handle. Faced with such a situation, there was a high chance that he would look for someone stronger, or at least someone more capable than him. As one of the 7 distinguished families, the Wang family of Langya definitely had a deity realm expert. As long as he could find the Wang family's deity realm expert, Kui Heng's goal could also be achieved. Wang Qingyuan was at the peak of the grand completion stage of the inner world realm. He could be said to be the strongest group of people below the deity realm. Therefore, his speed was extremely fast. After leaving Langya County City, he quickly arrived at a mountain 300 miles away and found a cave abode with ease. Wang Qinghe knelt down respectfully and bowed. "Father, Qinghe requests an audience." A moment later, an indifferent response came from inside. "Come in." Wang Qinghe immediately revealed a look of joy when he heard this. He hurriedly stood up and walked into the cave abode. Kui Heng followed him in. In Kui Heng's opinion, this so-called cave abode was rather simple. It was not big. At most, it was about 50 square meters wide and 3 meters tall. There was a stone table, 3 stone stools, and a stone bed. An old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged on the stone bed. Deity realm. Kui Heng's eyes lit up when he saw the old man. Union set symbol Zaya world. Sight. He sensed a strange power from this old man. It was an aura that completely surpassed the inner world realm. The source of this power came from the old man's head. He had constructed the embryonic form of a small world and used the vitality of the outer world to modify his body according to the characteristics of the small world, allowing his body to possess a superpower that originally did not exist. So this is the so-called divine treasure realm. In essence, it is a mutation of the body using a specific way of circulating vital energy. Kui Heng immediately understood what the cultivation of the divine treasure realm was. At the same time, he also sensed that the old man's transformation of his body through this method had already approached the level of perfection and was about to reach the limit of the small world's influence. Did this mean that the old man was very likely close to the peak of the divine treasure realm? After Kui Heng discovered this, the expression on his face immediately became extremely strange, as if he had learned some ridiculous truth. 7th level of Qi refinement. It's really only equivalent to the 7th level of Qi refinement. It hasn't even reached the peak of the 7th level of Qi refinement. So this is the deity realm. It's actually only the 7th level of Qi refinement. Damn it. He almost swore. Because of his wrong estimation of the deity realm, his estimation of human immortals, earth immortals, and heaven immortals was also wrong. Could a heaven immortal really only be equivalent to a foundation establishment cultivator? Kui Heng felt that his body was going numb. He had the urge to find the person who created the 21 realms of the immortal and mortal realms. This was too ridiculous. If heaven immortals were only equivalent to foundation establishment, then wouldn't earth immortals and human immortals? The so-called human immortals of the upper world were only a group of people equivalent to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Ridiculous. This was too ridiculous. In that case, wouldn't he have long possessed the power to sweep through the upper world? That's not right. Kui Heng suddenly woke up and became vigilant. I can't jump to conclusions, let alone underestimate the heavenly void world and lose my vigilance. Even if a heaven immortal is really only equivalent to the foundation establishment realm, we can't be sure if the upper world that is suspected to be the heavenly void world has an existence stronger than a heaven immortal. I actually had such a dangerous thought just now. I'm really too arrogant. A small golden core cultivator who hasn't even nurtured a nascent soul actually dares to be so arrogant. I can't do this. I have to be careful at all times. While Kui Heng was observing the old man and reflecting on himself, Wang Qinghe had already explained today's encounter and some recent events to the old man. "Father, how do you think I should handle this matter?" Wang Qinghe asked respectfully. "Qinghe, did you just say that you gave up on saving Shenghe to avoid falling into a trap?" The old man asked instead of answering. Wang Qinghe's expression froze when he heard this, but he could only nod and say, yes, father. As you know, the 100 years are almost up. Pa. The old man directly slapped Wang Qinghe and snorted coldly. "You've completely disgraced my Langya Wang family. So what if the 100 years are up? Do you really think that there's anyone who can compete with my Wang family for the immortal opportunities in Yangju and Fengju? What a joke. Ever since our Wang family established the country, we've grown countless times stronger. We're many times stronger than before. Who in Fengju and Yangju can compare to our Wang family? The immortal opportunities this time will definitely belong to the Wang family. Even if the other factions are plotting in secret, they're just clowns jumping around and not worth mentioning. You actually gave up on saving your own son for this and allowed that disgusting story to spread in Yangju, ruining the reputation of our family that has been passed down for thousands of years. Idiot, idiot, you're really an idiot. Father, Wang Qinghe wanted to explain. The current situation was far from simple. Shut up. The old man did not give Wang Qinghe any chance to speak. He got up from the stone bed and came to Wang Qinghe. He shouted in a low voice, "You must bring Shenghe back within 10 days. Also, the governor of County Lu must be hacked into pieces. His corpse will be hung on Langya City's gates for a year to save our Wang family's face and reputation. You must do both of these things well. Otherwise, you will be the eternal sinner of our Wang family. I will personally execute the family laws, cripple your martial cultivation, and expel you from the family." Chapter 89. 100 years ago, why did the Immortal Dawn sect seal the mountain? 1. Chapter 89. 100 years ago, why did the Immortal Dawn sect seal the mountain? 1. Hearing his father's words, Wang Qinghe was completely stunned. Actually, as a top expert who had once been the prime minister of the country and had cultivated to the inner world realm, it had been a long time since he had asked his father for help. If not for the fact that what he encountered tonight was too difficult to understand and had already exceeded the scope of normal knowledge, he would not have come here. However, he did not expect that his father, who had been in the deity realm for many years, would not believe him at all. He even felt that this was just nonsense he made up. He even ordered him to get Wang Jinsheng out as soon as possible and kill County Governor Lu. This outcome was equivalent to him not coming. Wang Qinghe left the cave abode in a daze. At this moment, the sky outside was already bright. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. He looked up at the rising dawn in the eastern horizon and recalled his persistence during this period of time, as well as the pressure he faced. Suddenly, he felt that he was a little ridiculous. Then let's go and save him. Wang Qinghe let out a long sigh. In the end, he still endured everything alone. Perhaps there aren't any powerful traps in Lu County City. He began to calculate with a mentality of hoping for luck. Wang Qinghe had left the cave abode, but Kui Heng did not. He sat on the stone bench and quietly observed the old man. At this moment, the old man had already returned to the stone bed. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, mobilizing the heaven-earth origin chi to nourish his body according to the characteristics of his small world. He was not continuing to strengthen and transform his body, but nourishing this body that was already a little old. Extending vitality. He's reached the limits of his lifespan. Kui Heng was a little surprised. Just now, he did not pay much attention to the old man's physical condition. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that this martial artist who had already reached the divine treasure realm was actually about to die of old age. He was only about 140 years old. Was he going to die of old age already? The effect of this martial cultivation technique is actually so weak. Kui Heng's expression became strange. Although he had long known that Xiantian realm cultivators could only live for 130 to 140 years, and he had also guessed that this world's martial cultivation techniques were not very good at extending one's lifespan, he did not expect that going from the Xiantian realm to the deity realm, it would not extend one's lifespan. How long could one live after attaining the Xiantian realm? The deity realm was at the same level. This was too different from the lifespan obtained from immortal cultivation. When Kui Heng was at the 7th level of chi refinement, which was equivalent to the deity realm, his lifespan exceeded 500 years. After condensing his golden core, his lifespan was close to 2,000 years. According to the description of the beginner's immortal cultivation technique, between the realm from the beginner stage to ascension. After cultivators broke through a specific realm, they would directly extend their lifespan. The fourth level of Qi refinement could extend one's lifespan to 300 years, the seventh level of Qi refinement could extend one's lifespan to 500 years, and the golden core realm could extend one's lifespan to 1,000 years. Now, he saw that this 140-year-old child was already about to die of old age. He could not help but sigh. However, this also puzzled him. Since his lifespan was about to end, shouldn't he yearn for the immortal opportunities from the upper world even more? After all, it was rumored that these immortal opportunities could extend one's lifespan. Even if he was very confident in the strength of the Langya Wang family, he should still be extremely careful when it came to matters that concerned his life. Was this person really just trying to save his grandson? Or was there some other reason? After a long while, the old man let out a long breath and ended his cultivation for the day. Union set symbol Zaya world. Sight he smiled bitterly and said, "Son, don't blame me for forcing you. This is something that I also had no choice in." Now, the old man's face was no longer as ruthless and resolute as when he reprimanded Wang Qinghe earlier. He muttered, "No matter how much our Langya Wang family suffers, we definitely can't let our reputation be tarnished by others. The closer it is to the 100 years period, the more we can't allow our reputation to be damaged at all. Otherwise, neither of us will have a good ending. There are people watching from above." Someone watching from above? Was it the Wang family from the upper world, or something else? Would they still care about the Wang family's reputation here? Many doubts surfaced in Kui Heng's mind, and he wanted to directly appear and interrogate this old man. However, with Wang Qinghe's example, if this was another person with a firm will and would rather die than submit, he would not be able to ask anything. Moreover, this old man looked like he didn't have long to live. If he was frightened badly, he might directly die from fright. Why don't I know any soul-searching techniques? Kui Heng couldn't help but complain in his heart. When he accumulated enough credits, he would definitely deduce a few more real spells. At the very least, he would obtain a soul-searching technique. However, even though he was complaining, he still had to think of a way. Kui Heng frowned and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, with a thought, a ball of golden light instantly condensed in this cave abode. In this golden light, there was a blurry human figure, as if an immortal god had descended from the sky. When the old man saw the golden light, he immediately trembled, but he still forced himself to be calm and said in a low voice, "It seems that my son is right. What happened to him is indeed true. May I know which angel you are?" Clearly, it was not that he did not believe Wang Qinghe's strange encounter. Instead, for some reason, he showed an attitude of disbelief. "Heh. So you know this?" A cold snort came from the golden light. At the same time, it revealed an extremely familiar but obviously more brilliant aura. This, you are?" The old man stood up and hurriedly knelt on the ground. He said with a trembling voice, "Wang Huai, a descendant of the lower realm's Wang family, greets the upper realm's angel." Chapter 9800 years ago, why did the Immortal Dawn sect seal the mountain? 2. Chapter 9800 years ago, why did the Immortal Dawn sect seal the mountain? 2. After 200 years, an angel has finally descended again. The descendants of the lower realm are eternally grateful. Welcome, angel. Angels referred to the emissaries of the heavens. When Kui Heng was studying this old man's realm just now, he had already figured out the Wang family's martial arts. He could easily simulate an aura of the same nature and at a higher level. It was very simple to bluff people with it. However, Wang Huai's reaction was beyond his expectations. Kui Heng originally only wanted to pretend to be someone from the upper world who was related to the Wang family. If he could intimidate Wang Huai, he would be able to obtain some useful information. For example, the situation in the upper world and the reason why the Immortal Dawn sect sealed the mountain 100 years ago. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. However, he did not expect Wang Huai's reaction to be so huge. From his attitude and words, It was probably true that there was an upper world angel. However, it had not appeared in the past 200 years. Could it be that the higher-ups were unhappy about Hong Fugui almost exterminating the Langya Wang family more than 200 years ago? Kui Heng thought to himself. At the same time, he made the figure in the golden light reply, millimeter. It seemed to have expressed something, but also seemed to have expressed nothing. Actually, in a situation where there was no information at all, Wuxia world. Sight the best way to obtain information was to only use the tone to express the message. As for what this millimeter meant, there was no need to consider it at all. Let the people kneeling on the ground guess and think about it. After a few moments, they would reveal a lot of things. Then, based on the things that he had just learned, he could just beat around the bush. A certain sequence 9 fool used it skillfully. Wang Huai became even more nervous when he heard this. He prostrated himself on the ground, and it was as if a storm had stirred up in his mind. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and he guessed what the upper world angel's millimeter meant. Is this to express his dissatisfaction or to express approval of the Wang family's recent performance? By the way, when Lord Angel first appeared, he said, "So you know this." Yes, he should be talking about how I'm trying my best to protect the Wang family's reputation. As expected, Lord Angel has already descended. He even knows that the Wang family of Langya is currently facing a reputation crisis. That's right, that must be it. The strange incident that Qinghe encountered earlier was actually Lord Angel secretly pushing him to look for me to test if I still have the determination to protect the Wang family's face. At the thought of this, Wang Huai broke out in cold sweat, and the blood in his body almost stopped flowing. Fear lingered in his heart. Fortunately, he insisted on maintaining the Wang family's reputation. Otherwise, this angel would probably have flown into a rage on the spot and killed the two of them here. It was a narrow escape from death. However, since Lord Angel chose to appear and didn't attack us, it should mean that he has already acknowledged my actions and the current Langya Wang family. Thinking of this, Wang Huai was overjoyed. This meant that the Wang family's 260 years of hard work had not been in vain. They finally had the qualifications to carry out the orders of the upper world. Hence, he knelt even more respectfully and said in a respectful tone, "After 200 years, our Wang family can finally listen to the Jade Calligraphy Order again and serve the upper world's sect master in this 100-year period." When Kui Heng heard this, he immediately understood what the angel's presence meant. In fact, it was a messenger from the Wang family's main sect in the upper world, sending a mission order to the Wang family in the lower world to arrange what the Wang family in the lower world should do in this 100 years. From the looks of it, to the normal people, this 100 years period was just an opportunity for them to fight for immortal opportunities. As for a top clan like the Langya Wang family that was related to the upper world, they probably had to complete the special mission given by the upper world to let the main sect of the upper world achieve a certain goal. This 100-year period was not as simple as he had understood. Hence, Kui Heng chuckled and said, "What do you think?" When Wang Huai heard this smiling tone, his heart, which had been hanging in the air, instantly relaxed. However, he did not immediately ask what the mission was. Instead, he said very considerately, "Lord Angel must have arrived not long ago. Do you need me to tell you about the various sects in the world?" "All right." Kui Heng let the figure in the golden light speak in a calm and superior tone, but he was overjoyed in his heart. This Wang Huai was really sensible. Then, under his further indirect questioning, he finally obtained a lot of information about the various sects in the world from Wang Huai. It was more detailed than what he had learned previously. Unfortunately, the Wang family of the lower world did not seem to have much understanding of the upper world. Kui Heng did not manage to get much information out of him. Fortunately, he also obtained an extremely important piece of information. Why did the Immortal Dawn sect seal the mountain 100 years ago? After squeezing Wang Huai dry, Kui Heng removed the golden light and left the cave abode. This trip to Yangju was considered a fruitful one. Of course, in the end, Kui Heng gave Wang Huai a hint regarding the upper world Missione Euro. He would talk about it after Wang Qinghe saved the face of the Langya Wang family. It was just that he did not know what the Wang family of Langya was like at that time. Euro. Why did the Immortal Dawn sect seal off the mountain? This was something that Wang Huai had experienced before. However, he was only in his 40s at that time and had just stepped into the profound gate realm. He was not even at the Xiantian realm and could not really participate. Therefore, he did not know the cause of the matter. He only knew the general process and the final outcome. Chapter 91. 100 years ago, why did the Immortal Dawn sect seal the mountain? 3. Chapter 91. 100 years ago, why did the Immortal Dawn sect seal the mountain? 3. 100 years ago, after receiving the immortal opportunities reward from his father, Wang Huai learned that his father and 3 uncles had been recruited by the immortals of the upper world. The 4 of them were all at the deity realm. Later on, Wang Huai found out that not only had the Wang family's deity realm experts been recruited, but there were also the Xie family, Jiang family, Tang family, and so on. All the deity realm experts from the 7 distinguished families were present. At that time, the Great Jin Imperial family, which was still at its peak, also had 5 deity realm experts recruited away. There were a total of 41 deity realm experts. In this era, it was an unimaginably powerful force. However, according to what Wang Huai knew, the strength that was gathered at that time was far more than that. Apart from the deity realm experts of the lower world, there were also the human immortals of the upper world. All of them had joined forces with only one goal: besieging the Immortal Dawn sect. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. In the end, the entire army was wiped out. Not a single person left Tsungcheng Mountain alive. Not even a corpse was left behind. It was rumored that at that time, a ray of light filled the sky. Be it the deity realm experts or human immortals, they were all reduced to powder. As a result, the various aristocratic families suffered heavy losses, and the Great Jin Imperial family's strength plummeted. These were all the cause of trouble for the subsequent decades of war. The local factions were divided, revolutionary armies rose up everywhere, and the emperor's decree could not even leave the central continent. But in the end, the Immortal Dawn sect still sealed the mountain. It was said that before the mountain was sealed, someone had seen sword lights flying across the sky above Bazhu. Flames filled the sky, lightning rumbled, and thousands of rays of light covered the sky. In the end, everything fell silent. Perfected Hengxia's whereabouts were unknown, and the Immortal Dawn sect announced that the mountain was sealed. Although his understanding was not very clear, Kui Heng could already make some basic judgments with this information. If nothing unexpected happened, the so-called upper world was the heavenly void world that Jiang Qiqi mentioned. 100 years ago, when Jiang Qiqi left, the Immortal Dawn sect sealed the mountain most likely because they were attacked by the immortals of the upper world. The first time, there were only human immortals and deity realm experts involved. Their strength was insufficient, so they failed and were killed. The second time must be after they had suffered a lot and stronger earth immortals or even heaven immortals were summoned to help. It had to be said that the siege of shameless people was indeed powerful. Jiang Qiqi, who was already respected as a land deity, could only be forced to leave. At this moment, Kui Heng had already returned to Lu County. He stood in the courtyard of the governor's office with his hands behind his back. He looked at the sky and sneered, "Heh, the 100 years are almost up." The matter between Jiang Qiqi and the Immortal Dawn sect had caused him to be naturally antagonistic towards those immortals from the upper world. There would definitely be conflict. Now that the 100-year period was approaching, Kui Heng felt that it was time to obtain the position of the Fengju governor. With this status, he could interact with the immortals of the upper world and personally participate in the 100-year immortal opportunities. He could also have a friendly communication with the immortals of the upper world. On the other hand, it was also beneficial to his cultivation progress. There were many more people in Fengju than in Lu County alone. If he could implement the new decree in the entire Fengju, not only would it benefit more ordinary people, but he could also offend more aristocratic families and sects. The 7 emotions light would undoubtedly grow much faster. It could be said to be killing many birds with one stone. However, the conditions to become a state overseer were really a little troublesome. First of all, he had to obtain the support of at least 2 of the 7 distinguished families or 1 from the Dawi Palace or Baolin Buddhist Hall. This was almost impossible for Kui Heng, especially the former. Of course, he could also use thunderous methods to kill or defeat all the prefectural governors in the country. In the end, only he could take over. But if he did that, he would not have a proper title. In this way, it was very likely that he would attract the joint attacks of the other state overseers. Then, he would directly fall into a chaotic battle with the other state overseers. Even if he personally took action again and extinguished the fire everywhere, it would be difficult for him to focus on implementing the government decrees and collecting the 7 emotions of all living beings. This way, he would lose his original goal of fighting for the position of state overseer. It was really not worth it. Moreover, that did not match Kui Heng's mentality and style of doing things. "Greetings, Lord." At this moment, Wuxia came over and bowed. Lu Zhangming sent a message from Shilin County. "A Daoist priest from Dawi Palace wants to come to Lu County to meet you." "Oh." Kui Heng immediately laughed when he heard that. He nodded and said, "What's going on? Tell me." Chapter 92 Learning the Tao in the Morning, Death in the Evening, 1. Chapter 92 Learning the Tao in the Morning, Death in the Evening, 1. Kui Heng had long heard of this Dawi Palace. This was the head of the Tao sects in the world, and it was located at the center of the world, Mount Donghua. The Dawi Palace claimed to have existed for more than 10,000 years, long before the birth of this world's national system. Moreover, they even claimed that their ancestral master was the head of the heavenly gods who had once divided the 36 states in the world and was respected as a Tao god by Dawi Palace. It sounded extremely exaggerated. As for whether this was a boast, no one knew. After all, the earliest historical records of this world could only be traced back to more than 3,000 years ago. Even if some myths and legends were included, it only dated back about 4,000 years ago. However, what was certain was that there were already words like Dawi Heavenly Palace and Tao God on the existing bronze artifact inscriptions of Yang Dynasty. The Yang Dynasty was the most ancient country that could be traced back to this world, and it was also called Great Yang. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. It was said to have been established by a divine monarch more than 3,000 years ago. Currently, there were 4 nobles who claimed to be from the Grand Yang era. From this, it could be seen that the 10,000 years of inheritance that the Dawi Palace claimed to have was true. There was no doubt that its inheritance was ancient. Moreover, the Dawi Palace was not only ancient, but also extremely powerful. The past sect masters were all deity realm cultivators, and there were countless deity realm cultivators living in seclusion in the palace. There were even rumors that they had a legacy in Dawi Palace for one to reach immortal ascension. The once powerful deity realm figures did not really die. Instead, they had all become immortals and were still cultivating on Mount Donghua. However, the Dawi Palace almost never interfered in worldly disputes. Most of their people spent their lives on Mount Donghua. The last time the Dawi Palace made a large-scale move was 2,000 years ago, when the Buddhists came from the west and preached in Yongju. Even the fact that they could support someone to become the state overseer was something that had been erected up 200 years ago to deal with the number 1 holy land of Buddhism, the Baolin Buddhist Hall. But in reality, it was just a title. Ever since the establishment of the Great Jin, no one had been supported by the Dawi Palace to become the state overseer. Now that Kui Heng heard that a disciple of the Dawi Palace wanted to visit him, he immediately had some thoughts. "Lord, please take a look." Wuxia handed a letter to Kui Heng with both hands. "All right." Kui Heng took the letter and flipped through it. He immediately knew what Lu Zhangming meant. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and smiled. "Send a message back to Shilin County and ask Lu Zhangming to tell Daoist Ju to come to Lu County to see me at any time." "Yes, my lord." Wuxia left in a hurry after receiving the order. "Here's a sharp blade." Kui Heng looked at Wuxia's back and couldn't help but sigh. Wuxia was now the busiest person around Kui Heng. He was already in charge of 8 counties and was fully in charge of the implementation of the government decrees in those places. There were only 21 counties in the entire Lu prefecture. This time, he had returned to the county city to report on his duties. He would be leaving soon and would be implementing a decree in the 9th county. Another wave of heads were going to be sent rolling. If it were anyone else, they would probably not dare to let go of such a sharp blade. Kui Heng was different. After all, he had personally forged this sharp blade. After Wuxia left, Kui Heng returned to the inner hall of the government office and spread out a piece of paper. W Union set symbols World. Sight he wrote a name on it. Zhu Hongyi. This was the Daoist priest who had found Lu Zhengming in Shilin County and wanted to visit him in Lu County. He was the inner disciple of the Daoyi Palace's sect master, Zhong Shuming. In today's world, he could definitely be considered an important figure. If I want to obtain the position of Fengju State Overseer, I might be able to gain the support of Daoyi Palace. Kui Heng's lips curled up slightly. Although the Daoyi Palace had never supported anyone since ancient times, as long as he wanted to, there were many ways to get Zhong Shuming to come over personally and beg him to accept the support of the Daoyi Palace. Kui Heng had already confirmed this when he learned that Zhu Hongyi had not sent a letter from Giant River County, but from Shilin City. It was different from Zhong Shuming's focus on transcending the mortal world. Zhu Hongyi felt that cultivating the Tao and martial arts also required one to frequently walk the mortal world and interact with ordinary people. Only then could he be closer to the true Great Tao. Therefore, although he had only been in Shilin County for half a month, he had already become familiar with most of the people in the city. He even had a few friends who told him everything. This was undoubtedly related to the fact that Shilin County had just suffered a military disaster and there was not much population left. However, Zhu Hongyi's social skills were obviously unquestionable. Moreover, he did not deliberately interact with others. He really enjoyed the feeling of interacting with ordinary people in the most ordinary way. This was Zhu Hongyi's attitude towards cultivation. Every evening, he would come to the south of the city and play a few games of chess with a few old men in their 60s or 70s while chatting. Haha, Rob. An old man with half of his teeth missing placed his chess piece with a smile. He ate one of Zhu Hongyi's chess pieces and said with a smile, "Little Zhu, you seem to be a little distracted these 2 days when playing chess." Zhu Hongyi's talent was extremely high. He had already stepped into the Xiantian realm in his 20s. Although he had entered the inner world realm already, he was only in his early 30s. In terms of appearance, he was only in his 20s. Naturally, this group of old men called him Little Zhu. Haha, Uncle Chen, you can tell? Zhu Hongyi placed his chess piece down and broke the chess deadlock. He smiled and said, "A few days ago, I sent a visitation card to the governor of Lu County through the governor deputy. I wonder if he will accept it. I'm a little nervous." Chapter 93 Learning the Tao in the Morning, Death in the Evening, 2. Chapter 93 Learning the Tao in the Morning, Death in the Evening, 2. There were many ancient rituals among the disciples of the Daoyi Palace. If he rashly visited a senior he had never interacted with before, it would be extremely rude. That was why he found Lu Zhengming first and handed Kui Heng a visitation card. So that's the reason. Uncle Chen immediately smiled when he heard that. "Don't worry, Governor Kui will definitely meet you. He's a living immortal, the best person in the world. Little Zhu, you don't know, right? Old Chen is actually from Dachang County in the east. He moved here with the governor," an old man beside him said. Old Chen has seen Governor Kui before. There's actually such a connection. Zhu Hongyi's eyes lit up as he asked, "Uncle Chen, I heard that Governor Kui has the ability to summon the wind and rain. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes on the city wall that day." Old Chen was very excited when he said this, and his saliva flew everywhere. The hundreds of thousands of bandits came in a mighty manner. Governor Kui stood alone on the city wall. With a wave of his hand, a huge hole immediately collapsed in the clear sky. The water of the heavenly river poured down, and the hundreds of thousands of rebels were thrown off their feet on the spot. This was clearly the speech of a storyteller, and it immediately attracted the mutterings of a few old men beside him. "Old Chen, didn't you say that Governor Kui splashed a bowl of water and caused a storm?" At that time, there were only 40,000 to 50,000 rebels. "Old Chen, little Jew was asking you seriously. Don't brag. Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. Even if Governor Kui is really a living immortal, you can't brag like that. Tell us the truth." Uncle Chen was a little embarrassed by what he said. He coughed lightly and said, "Hey, actually, I was a little scared at that time. I didn't dare to go up to the city wall to defend the city. I only stood at a high point and saw the storm outside the city from afar. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. I only heard about Governor Kui's ability to turn water into rain. You just have to remember that Governor Kui is definitely a living immortal. He's a great person. Don't worry about anything else. This is definitely true. I'll leave first. Otherwise, that old woman of mine will capture me back for dinner." With that, he put down the chess piece and jogged away. Even though he was almost 70 years old, his footsteps were still very agile. Ha ha ha, Uncle Chen's words are still so funny. Zhu Hongyi also put down his hands and stood up to bow to the elders. "I'll leave first." In fact, in the past half a month, he had asked around about Kui Heng many times in Shilin County. Almost everyone who came from Zhuhe County said it with certainty, and many of them had even seen it with their own eyes. However, after more than 20 years of martial arts cultivation and his understanding of the martial Dao realms, Zhu Hongyi found it difficult to believe that there was such a method to turn water into rain. It was too exaggerated. As the direct disciple of the Daoyi Palaces sect master, there was a high chance that he would become the next Daoyi Palaces sect master. He naturally had a lot of understanding of the martial Dao realms. Although he was only an inner world cultivator now, he had long known what deity realm experts could and could not do. He even knew very well what human immortals and earth immortals could and could not do. Even an earth immortal from the upper world could not summon wind and rain to destroy an army of 50,000 with a flick of his finger. Whether a heaven immortal could do it was debatable. This made Zhu Hongyi curious about Kui Heng. If Kui Heng could really summon the wind and rain, in that case, was he also related to the incident where the stars fell like rain in Shilling City and destroyed King Yang's hundreds of thousands of troops in one night? Just like Zhong Shuming, Zhu Hongyi did not think that the so-called divine punishment existed. The incident in Shilling County that day was definitely man-made. The heavens were heartless and treated all living things like dogs. It was impossible for it to interfere in the disputes of the human world. He had come to Shilling County this time to investigate the matter of the meteor rain in detail. What kind of person could use such an incredible divine technique? He did not care about the possible dangers. Instead, he thought that this was an opportunity to approach the truth of the great Tao. In Zhu Hongyi's opinion, an existence with such a great divine power must be closer to the great Tao than everyone else. As long as he could find this existence, he might be able to approach the great Tao. Even if it cost him his life, it was worth it. If one hears the Tao in the morning, one could die in the evening. After Zhu Hongyi came to Shilling County, he quickly became good friends with Deputy Governor Lu Zhangming. Therefore, when he arrived at the county magistrate's office, he only informed the bailiff Feng Wu, who was guarding the door, of his intentions before entering. No one stopped him. However, Zhu Hongyi had only taken a few steps when he saw Lu Zhangming running over with a happy expression. "Hongyi, you're here. I was just looking for you." Lu Zhangming laughed loudly. "Lu Governor has replied. The governor said that you can go over and see him at any time." "Really?" Zhu Hongyi's eyes lit up. He immediately bowed to Lu Zhangming. "Thank you for your help, Brother Lu." "Haha, why are you bowing to me?" Lu Zhangming waved his hand and said with a smile, "Hongyi, actually, as long as you help me ask the governor when you see him, I'll be able to follow him around." "Brother Lu, don't worry. I won't let you down." Zhu Hongyi nodded solemnly. At this moment, Feng Wu, who was guarding the door, walked over and reported, "Lord, there's a Daoist priest outside who wants to see Daoist Zhu." "Daoist priest?" Zhu Hongyi was stunned at first, then he looked at Lu Zhangming. Oh. Lu Zhangming nodded and said, "Let him in. He should be from Hongyi's sect." A moment later, a young Daoist who looked to be in his 20s walked in. He looked harried and a little anxious. "Greetings, Uncle Master Zhu." The young Daoist priest cupped his hands and bowed. "Zhizhen, why are you in such a hurry?" Zhu Hongyi was a little surprised. The disciples of Daoyi Palace had always been the most focused on calming their minds and recuperating. It was rare for them to be in such a hurry. "Sect Master asked me to inform you of an important piece of news." The young Daoist priest leaned over and lowered his voice. The Wang family of Langya and the Xie family of Pingshan intend to harm the governor of Lu County. Liu Zhizhen was one of the best among the younger generation of disciples in Daoyi Palace. He had already broken through and reached the profound gate realm at a young age and was about to become a Xiantian Grandmaster. He usually had a good relationship with Zhu Hongyi and spoke more casually. "What?" Zhu Hongyi was a little stunned when he heard this. He almost thought that he had heard wrongly. He said in surprise, "Are they tired of living?" "Ah!" Liu Zhizhen was also stunned. He didn't understand, nor did he understand what Zhu Hongyi meant. He said in confusion, "Uncle Master, the sect master wants you to go to Lu County City as soon as possible to prevent anything from happening to that governor." "All right, I understand." Zhu Hongyi nodded with a strange expression and chuckled. "Coincidentally, I was already planning to set off for Lu County. You can go back and tell sect master this." "Yes, Uncle Master Zhu." Liu Zhizhen heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally sent the news. The news that the sect master had specially instructed him to deliver, no matter what it was definitely extremely important. He sent it over as quickly as possible. However, Liu Zhizhen was still a little curious. He couldn't help but ask, "By the way, Uncle Master Zhu, can I ask what's the background of that governor of Lu County? He can actually make 2 aristocratic families attack him. Even the sect master values him so much." In Liu Zhizhen's opinion, he was just a county governor and should not be involved in any major secrets. There would be no problem in asking. Moreover, even if there was really a great secret, Zhu Hongyi would definitely tell him not to ask. This governor of Lu County. Zhu Hongyi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but then hesitated. In the end, he smiled and said, "If my previous guess is correct, it might be an opportunity for sect master and I to comprehend the Great Tao." "Great Tao?" Liu Zhizhen was stunned when he heard this. As a disciple of Daoyi Palace, he knew very well the weight of these words. But how did it become related to a governor of Lu County? Chapter 94 There must not be a second Hongwu. Chapter 94 There must not be a second Hongwu. After deciding to go to Lu County City to save Wang Jinsheng, Wang Qinghe seemed to have become a different person. The thick sense of caution that had been on him disappeared. It was as if he had been agitated by something. His entire body became sharp, as if he was about to charge into battle. Moreover, he showed great confidence in this operation. He no longer looked like he was worried that there was a trap in Lu County. It was as if his heart had been baptized and changed greatly. However, advancing bravely was one thing, but Wang Qinghe was not reckless. On the way, he did a lot of analysis on his enemy, Kui Heng. From what he knew, what kind of person was Kui Heng? Please keep reading on MYB0X novel. C0M. To describe it in one word, he was arrogant. A mere county governor of Lu actually dared to imprison Wang Jinsheng and Wang Qingchuan. He was simply courting death. Even the top experts of the martial world would definitely die. Even a deity realm expert was not worthy of going against a top family like the Langya Wang clan alone. Only a fool would do such a thing. Therefore, Wang Qinghe had always firmly believed that there must be a certain force or group standing behind Kui Heng. These forces were hiding in the dark and pushing this arrogant person to the front. It was unknown if they wanted to use him as a spear or as a scapegoat. Based on these premises, Wang Qinghe made a judgment. If he did not uproot those hidden forces, it would be meaningless to just kill Kui Heng. Soon, a second Kui Heng would be pushed out. He also informed Xie Beixing, who was rushing to Lu County with him. Xie Beixing was the third head of the Xie family of Pingshan. He was the governor of Langya County and the third brother of Wang Qingha's wife, the Xie family. Their relationship was usually quite good. When they were young, they even went to brothels together. However, some time ago, the two of them had some conflicts because of whether they should save Wang Jinsheng. Now that Wang Qinghe had also set off to save Wang Jinsheng, they naturally reconciled. At this moment, the two of them had already arrived at Fengju, but they were still a distance away from Lu County. Moreover, it was already late. They could only set up camp and rest. The Wang family of Langya and the Xie family of Pingshan joined forces to go to Lu County to save people. It was naturally impossible for only two people to go. That was courting death. Since the other party dared to imprison Wang Jinsheng, it meant that he was not afraid of the Wang clan of Langya. If their reputation could not intimidate the other party, then sending only two people over would definitely be no different from being sent to die. Therefore, Wang Qinghe and Xie Beixing both brought their own private soldiers. This meant that they would not be traveling very quickly. They had to set up camp and rest at night. In the temporary tent. After Xie Beixing heard Wang Qinghe's guess, he nodded in agreement and said in a low voice, "Brother-in-law, your guess is very reasonable. This time, not only do we have to get Sheng'er out, we have to eliminate the other party completely. We must find those forces hiding in the dark. I want to see which dogs actually dare to support this reckless governor of Lu County." "That's right," Wang Qinghe said in a low voice, "it's fine if we don't send out our troops this time. Since we've sent out our troops, we have to wipe out everything and eliminate them completely. By the way, I heard that you previously sent someone to Lu County to do some investigations. Did you find any useful clues? What's the background of the governor, Kui Heng?" "That's true, but we didn't gain much." Xie Beixing nodded at first, then shook his head. Kui Heng distributed many merchants' businesses of the aristocratic families to the local people to gain popularity. Therefore, very few people are willing to reveal information about him to strangers. However, there are still a few people who can confirm that Kui Heng has the Lotus Flower Monastery's shadow behind him. He has the Lotus Flower Monastery's direct disciple by his side. So it's that group of bald donkeys. Wang Qinghe's expression turned extremely gloomy. They failed to help that piece of trash Wang Tong occupy Fengju. Now, they want to give up on cooperating with our Wang family and independently support this governor of Lu County as the new state overseer and get their hands on the immortal opportunities. That Wang Tong is indeed supported by your Wang family. Xie Beixing laughed when he heard this. "I had this guess before, but I never had any evidence. He's just a piece of trash from a distant branch. He was sent out hundreds of years ago." Wang Qinghe's face revealed disdain as he said in a low voice, "Originally, we planned to let him seize Fengju and occupy the immortal opportunities here so that my Langya family wouldn't be too obvious in controlling the immortal opportunities of the two states. If that's not the case, why would a sacred Buddhist ground like the Grand Prosperity Monastery and the Lotus Flower Monastery help Wang Tong? I didn't expect this trash to fail. It said that it was because of some natural disaster?" "Yes, it said that a meteor fell from the sky and smashed him to death." Xie Beixing nodded with a sneer. Actually, the incident in Shilin County had spread quite widely. Wang Qinghe and Xie Beixing had also heard about it in Yangju, but by the time it spread there, the matter had long been distorted. The version that was circulating in Yangju was already unrecognizable. When the two armies faced each other, King Yang clearly had the absolute advantage, but he suddenly encountered a fiery meteor falling from the sky and they were completely wiped out. There was no credibility at all. Even if they believed it, they would only think that King Yang's army was too unlucky. Since Wang Tong died in a natural disaster, it's normal for Lotus Flower Monastery to be indignant. However, he shouldn't have dared to go against our Wang family. Wang Qinghe stood up and sneered. "This time, you and I have brought enough elite soldiers. After we attack Lu County and save Sheng'er, we'll lead our troops to Lotus Flower Monastery to ask what's going on." "That's right. With such an army around, even if there are deity realm experts in Lu County, They won't dare to compete with us. Xie Beixing also laughed loudly. I want to personally kill that Kui brat to avenge my good nephew. Both of them were very confident. Even though they had already predicted that Lu County might be a trap, they were still confident. This came from the soldiers they had brought. Wang Qinghe brought 500 people, and Xie Beixing brought 2,000. Although it seemed like Xie Beixing had more people, Wang Qinghe's 500 people were actually the main combat force. Although Xie Beixing's 2,000 people were all elite soldiers, only 200 of them knew martial arts, and they were only at the Qi condensation realm. As for Wang Qinghe's 500 people, they were all well equipped. They were wearing refined iron armor and holding tempered weapons. Every one of them even were tendon transformation realm martial cultivators. In the pugilistic world, a tendon transformation realm cultivator could be considered a hero. He could even be an elder in some small sects. Above that was the marrow cleansing realm, which was enough for one to be called a first-rate expert. This was 500 armored and armed tendon transformation experts, and an elite force at that, who were proficient in battle formations that could form a formation to charge and kill the enemy. These 500 people were enough to easily defeat the so-called tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers. Even a deity realm powerhouse would be frightened away on the spot. If he didn't run, he would die. Report. At this moment, the voice of a messenger came from outside. Second Master, a group of merchants has arrived outside. They want you to help them. This was clearly a soldier from the Langya Wang family. He was addressing Wang Qinghe as Second Master. Merchants. Wang Qinghe frowned when he heard that. Just as he was about to give the order to chase them away, he suddenly had a thought and said in a low voice, "Let them in to see me." Yes. The messenger left. You want to ask these merchants about Kui Heng and Lu County? Xie Beixing was a little surprised. This place is quite far from Lu County, and it's not around the Hong River. I'm afraid the nearby merchants don't know much about Lu County. No. Wang Qinghe shook his head and said, during the day, we passed by Wuxia County and Changhe County in front. You didn't pay attention to the conversations of the commoners there. Almost all of them were praising Kui Heng. This is definitely not normal. Generally speaking, there would definitely be administrative malpractice in the dozen or so counties under a prefecture. Therefore, most of the commoners would be dissatisfied with the governor. Those who were slightly better might not feel much, and they would neither scold nor praise him. However, the citizens of Wuxia County and Changhe County were actually praising Kui Heng. This was an extremely unusual matter. This meant that the county governor had definitely done something to make the people grateful. To be able to make so many ordinary people grateful, coupled with the information he had previously obtained about the situation in Lu County, made Wang Qinghe feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. A group of merchants was quickly brought in. When they saw Wang Qinghe and Xie Beixing, they knelt on the ground and cried loudly. They were originally from a large local clan and had rich assets. However, the governor of Lu County, Kui Heng, was a jinx who harmed people. He forcefully bought their assets at 10% of the price, causing them to live like ordinary people. It was simply a fate worse than death. The more Wang Qinghe listened to this description, the more shocked he became. His fists involuntarily clenched, and his body trembled. Although Xie Beixing did not know much about this, he felt a sense of familiarity in those words, but he could not remember what it was. After that, Wang Qinghe promised to punish the governor of Lu County severely before letting this group of merchants leave. Then, he looked at Xie Beixing beside him and said solemnly, "Do you find Kui Heng's actions very familiar?" "It's a little familiar, but I can't tell what it is. I feel like I've heard or seen it somewhere before." Xie Beixing frowned and thought carefully. "Heavenly King Hongwu." Wang Qinghe directly pointed it out. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is clearly what Heavenly King Hongwu did back then. It's him, it's him. That's right, it's him. Oh my God." Xie Beixing's face instantly turned as pale as paper. He trembled in fear and said in shock, "That's right, that's right. He killed the strong and divided the land. It's Heavenly King Hongwu." The name Heavenly King Hongwu was the eternal nightmare of all the aristocratic families in the world. It was a name that could stop children from crying at night. It was a nightmare that they could never escape from. Even though this was someone from nearly 300 years ago, his reputation still made the big clans tremble in fear. This fellow must be inextricably linked to Hongwu from back then, Wang Qinghe said firmly. Kill him. We have to kill him before he grows up. We can't let another Hongwu appear in this world. That's right, we must kill him. Xie Beixing nodded solemnly. Should we inform the other families? This is an earth-shattering matter. No. Wang Qinghe shook his head and said in a low voice, back then, Heavenly King Hongwu had the power to kill all the deity realm experts in the world. If this Kui Heng is really related to Heavenly King Hongwu, we might be able to obtain Heavenly King Hongwu's inheritance. This is a supreme opportunity, indeed. Xie Beixing agreed with this point of view and nodded. Then tomorrow morning, we'll immediately speed up our march and strive to take down Lu County before tomorrow evening. At the same time, in Lu County, Zhu Hongyi arrived in the night. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.